Video.
I'll just play it. Oh, no, man.
No.
That way.
Panes open for the Zoom meeting.
Okay, I'll disable it. I can't disable it just now, I don't think.
Oh, yes, use dual monitors. Video.
I was playing, I think.
No.
That way. Oh, no, man. Oh.
Panes open for the Zoom meeting.
Okay, I'll disable it. I can't
Hello,
disable it just now, I don't think.
Oh, yes, use dual monitors. Video.
They can't hear me because I'm not in there yet.
Yes, they can.
Oh, I can. Yeah.
Yes, they can.
Oh, I can hear the time
okay, they can hear me
now.
through Zoom, right?
Yeah.
Right. Who's got a YouTube stream open?
No, I have
me probably. Let me check.
Okay.
Yeah, it's me. It's me. That's me. Sorry.
Right. Okay. That's all right. Because it's when you can hear yourself from 20 odd seconds ago that you think, okay, somebody hasn't muted the YouTube stream.
Yeah. Oh, Carl said he hears people.
Well, I hear people all the time, but they're just the voices in my head. I try to ignore them, but sometimes it just...
He only has to worry when they start answering his questions.
I like it when they argue amongst themselves. Oh, no, hang on a minute. That's when I'm in Hangouts. Oh, that's what it is, yeah. Don't you flick your tail at me, young lady. Oh.
Does the cat give you a look?
Oh, yes, they give you looks. But right now, she wanted to be on the desk with me, so she's found the last bit of space possible. So she's laid down and she's pressed up against my arm, but she's flicking her tail. And when they flick their tail like that, they're generally pissed off in some way or agitated. And it's like, look, you've got what you wanted. You're with me. You're lying down. You've got contact, but you're not happy.
Mm.
And if she carries on like that, she's going to get put on the floor.
It's not. It's a cat. You know how it is. Not good enough. It's not exactly what I wanted.
So is that the nice way to put a cat down? Is it?
Well, yeah. I don't try. I don't deliberately mistreat my cats, although there have been times when I shout at them and they know that they've done wrong because they generally disappear out the cat flap at Mach 3.
Have you done the water bottle squirt trick so they don't jump on certain places?
My cats don't knock anything off.
Mm-hmm.
Only Squeak jumps up on the kitchen counter. Bubble has never ever done that.
Right.
I think mainly because she can't. I think she's just lost the ability to jump very high. I mean, even jumping on the lounge windowsill, she has to use the little radiator that's in front of it as a boost. Otherwise, she can't get up there. And we're only talking, I don't know, 2.5 feet.
Wow.
But I mean, they're getting old. They're 14 years old now. They're not kittens anymore.
They're geriatrics.
Well, they are.
For the cats, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Squeak's got arthritis. When she's been sat down for hours and you see her get up and walk, it's like, oh, yeah, I know how that feels, you know. Her sister Bubble, who tends to dominate downstairs, she can't jump very high. I think she's possibly going slightly batty. You know. They're not, like I say, they're not kittens anymore. They can't run and jump and do whatever the hell they like. They now have to think about it. And Squeak, if she wants to jump up on the kitchen counter, that takes her several seconds of contemplation. She has to wind herself up and...
Well, they've got to climb upstairs too, don't forget, and down.
Oh, it's watching Squeak coming downstairs. When she's been up here for several hours, or best part of the day, and obviously everything's seized up, watching her come down the stairs, oh, yeah, and you can almost feel that, oh, ow, oh, that hurts, oh, shit. Well, I mean, once she's loosened up, she's all right. But I mean, you know, I've had arthritis for years, especially when the drugs don't quite take care of it, and I could sympathise 100% with it because I know what it feels like.
Oh yeah.
No. Bloody tail. Now she's flicking beds about the place. Oh, you little sod, didn't you? Now there's a new face, and I vaguely recognise it, but I'm buggered if I can put a name to it.
Well, it's a bit more modern too.
recognise it.
Yeah, it is, but it is vaguely familiar. But oh no,
I think if you've got a beard on it, it's
I reckon you should put a word or a phrase or something in where you can change your name, Paul. That's sort of like a clue. You can be
But
you could be
Looks really
Lemon
familiar.
Freud. It looks like.
obscure or cryptic
Could-
as you want.
could-
no,
I-
that's not.
Could I
think he's a-
could I
he
suggest that he
confused
saves that for
himself?
later, though?
How much later?
No. So if you just put a bit of a clue down there at a inopportune time when no one's actually guessing for it, you know what I mean. So
Slip it
give it a
in.
bit of time. If no one gets it, he could change his name and put a clue down there. And for people that are being attentive and watching, they are most likely going to pick up on the clue.
Because it's not necessarily us that have got to guess, even though we can. But
Anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was the peanuts that was more directed for.
Alan, you're very far away from your microphone, aren't you?
No further away from it than normal.
Are you in the same room as the
I was
microphone?
going to say you sound a bit distant.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. And again.
Oh dear.
Nope, I haven't done anything different to my
Look.
microphone.
Pip's on the bottle again.
It's a bit early for that, isn't it? It's not even
Yeah.
10:30.
Yeah, it's only
Is
morning.
that better?
Yes,
That's better.
yes, that is better.
That's very boomy.
Okay, so I'll lean forward and speak really loudly into it then.
Okay, we'll all do that then. Okay.
How about you either lean forward or speak loudly, but don't do both? No, it's just that you sounded like you were sort of leaning back, or you know, just sort of.
No, the pause has been really bad this week, so I think my mouth and voice just isn't working properly.
Oh right. Oh well, that's fair enough. Then.
Along with your brain, don't forget.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying.
Yeah, obviously. Oh great! My hairdressers has put up the photo of their first customer this morning. I've got to wait until Tuesday week.
Oh,
Oh, we didn't need a haircut. That's not long at all.
That's
Ugh.
that's almost as bad as me getting into the doctor. All I wanted was a phone call appointment, and I literally had to wait a week and a half for a phone call.
guess what time my barber opens up of a morning?
6.
5.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. A lot of barbers do that down here, Terry, so that they can get the tradies before they go to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I don't have to go to Guy's Hospital on Thursday. I didn't
Is
think
that
I
kind
would
of
have.
like what you were suggesting there, Peter?
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Right. Well, there you go. The first word's professor. Right. So we're 50% of the way there. The chap's a professor.
So yeah, and that way, Paul, when you feel the urge, you can add an extra letter at any time that you
I
want.
can.
It's like
I see
a secret
Pip's
hangman.
I see Pip's cottoned on to the ideas I had about putting any words in like that.
Yeah.
You can put it. I was going to suggest that to you ages ago, to do stuff like that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but remember, just change it back when we have the quiz, because otherwise you confuse Pip.
Yeah.
yes.
Alan, I know I probably can't do it right now or not, but when I put the timer up, I haven't got the option of muting the sound or playing sound, like for us to talk while the timer's on. The part of the settings seems to be not connected to the when I have the timer and the thing on for me media one for.
That's because you're. What you mean? So the peanuts still hear us talking?
Yeah.
Well, that all you have to do is stop sending out audio to the peanuts using OBS.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. You know, in OBS, I usually have the option to mute you whatever other scene I'm in, except I haven't got the sound connected for the media one. The rest of them I can. I've got the sound coming through, and I can just mute it in OBS. Except I haven't got it connect. Somehow it's not connected for the media one. That's why I'll have to figure that one out.
You know those. You know those nice slippy, slidey.
Does that help you? The rest of them
Yeah.
Yeah. See, if I go to
See where it
YouTube,
says media source.
yeah. See how I go to that? I can have the sound, and I can mute. But that
On
one,
the thing, so there's no sound coming from. You can mute our audio by doing that.
I found it, Alan. It was actually scrolled down.
Yeah.
So I had it up there, and I'm going, why can't I get sound through desktop audio or media source? Oh, mic auxiliary's down here. So now they can hear
Yeah.
us with the timer. Yeah. Right. Why didn't I notice that the other day? Jeez.
Yeah, the media source one mutes the media source, but the media source hasn't got any audio.
No, but I've got mic auxiliary going, so I can let it go, and that everyone can hear us now. Right.
Yeah.
Silly me not knowing that.
Yeah.
My avatar's 2B. I'm going to fix it.
I've a dirt video to play first. Has anyone got any ideas for that?
How derpy do you want to go, Terry?
Just whoever's brought anything either out lately or someone knows of something else similar.
But can it be real derp and not pretend derp?
Well, it's a majority
Well,
vote, so everyone else has got an opinion about it, whatever. Yeah.
Well, whatever we talk about, everyone else can hear, so you'll probably get voting occurring out in the stream.
Well, even the peanuts can still add their 2 cents worth in about it if they know of any recent derp video of anyone. Critical think. Well, it doesn't have to be shit.
Well, you make your mind up here, Terry. Do you want derp or do you want debunkers?
No, I don't want debunkers because that's more what we play at the end.
Yeah.
All right.
No, we want just the actual the source of the derp.
So what you're saying is, if I go over here and grab the king of derp.
Or the other option is if we don't find that, I think we've gone with like when we did the fight the flat earth against Tony, that sort of derp. I think that's in the same category.
Well, do you want to link to the king of derp?
King of derp. I'll put it in. Put it in. I'll see what I.
Yeah, hang on. I've got to find where it is. Just give me a moment.
Okay. Any flurf has been annoying you lately, Blue?
Yeah, pretty much all of them.
Mr. Sensible brought out a video of an undebunkable flat earth because he was too dirty. Yeah.
Well, it is completely undebunkable because it's like
it is. Yeah.
What is that?
Okay, I'll play Mr. Sensible later. If it's a recent one, then yeah.
Yeah, he only did that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put him on the list.
But he's right. It is completely undebunkable.
Okay. I'll mute Yes, I know you can hear us, casual space person. Get in, get your ass in here. Okay, I better unmute now. Now we're in here. Everyone sitting down? Everyone got a coffee?
I've got half a tea left.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say, I don't have any tea left, fortunately.
Oh, you've got to have your cup of tea in front of you, Alan. So something might be said at the right time.
Yeah, because he loves cleaning his keyboard.
How am I meant to go? How am I meant to make you giggle and cover your keyboard and your screens again?
Yeah, snorting out tea out your nose and everywhere.
It's not tea.
Internal chat, Terry. It's one of the King of Derp's biggest mistakes, shall we say, taking on Thunderfoot.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Oh, it only goes for 11 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want to play all of it, or?
As long as 11
Look,
minutes of your life.
I think you can play all of it if you wish, but I will guarantee that because it's pretty much the same thing from start to finish. Where, Thunderfoot, where, he's picking on me, where, and it doesn't get much better.
I can raise the speed, if that helps.
Oh, it probably makes his voice more irritating.
If that's possible.
I'll put the speed up a little bit.
But it's as far as Derp goes, it's definitely worth a watch.
Okay, it's a Derp.
This is where you really need to run him through something so that you can bring the pitch down somewhat.
Yeah, running through the frag.
Yeah, speed him up, but drop his pitch.
A wood chipper, that would do it.
Oh, running through a thicknesser.
Running through a wood chipper.
What would Oakley sound like going? What would Oakley sound like going through a thicknesser, Blue?
I don't know.
Which weekend you shove in first?
I'm not about to do that to my thicknesser, I can tell you that.
Oh, I'd make a bit of a mess with it, yeah.
Blood makes the carbide rust.
Mm. Yeah, it'd get clogged up at the end when the skull goes through, wouldn't it?
Mm.
No, I think that's probably the softest section, Terry. That'd be like pushing Jello through.
Just have a quick look in. Just have a quick look in random picks.
I think if Blue was to push him through a thicknesser, the biggest problem would be when his ego got caught up going through. That would smash all the teeth, I think.
That's brilliant.
Where have I got to go to? Random picks. Okay.
Random picks.
Right. Okay.
Right. Should I share it?
No. I've got it.
Oh dear.
Well, that's on the lines of what I was thinking. But
Yeah.
yeah, but when you go to the tip, which section would you dump the waste in?
Biohazard.
Oh, biohazard. Yeah. Okay.
George,
Chip off the old one, eh?
you were supposed to bring the casket back.
Oh, you mean you don't? No, you don't push it through with the casket. You just like a conveyor thing.
I wonder how much quicker that is than a crematorium.
Yeah.
Substantially.
Yes.
Takes the new trend for woodland burials that we have over here in the UK to a new level, doesn't it?
Oh yes.
But you could put a sign near it and say something to do with compost that's better for your garden.
But she said she wanted to be spread all over London.
Oh, okay. So you drive through the city of London and okay.
All right, lads, spread out.
A person walking down the street will get a slap on the. Whoa! Oh, what's that? Shit, that's a finger. Who's giving me the finger?
roasted. What fun, mate.
That's just sick. I like it.
Oh dear.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'll stop sharing that. There we go. Oh dear. What's Spacey
Oh, will you
saying?
share? I bet it showed up on that other bloody screen.
Are you coming in, Spacey, or are you going to sit out there and be an annoying lurker? Oh, we've got a few out there tonight. Usual sort of
Professor
drop in
Phil's out
soon.
there.
Pardon?
I don't.
Oh,
Professor
Phil,
Phil's out
yeah,
there.
I've seen Phil out there.
And
Unless he's
Illuminati
working.
confirmed, Terry.
What?
Illuminati confirmed. You've got 33 watching.
Oh, quick
Oh.
screenshot! Quick screenshot!
Oh, jeez. No one move. Everyone stay where you are. I can't screenshot quickly.
Carl,
How's that?
no, you're not annoying. What? Oh, what's a polite way to say to someone that's annoying?
You're somewhat
Polite ways.
It's all.
Don't know any polite ways.
I'll save.
Okay,
There
I'm
you
going
go,
to be
Terry.
annoying lurker if you are going to do flat Earth stuff more. To do flat Earth stuff.
Ah, right. So that's the secret. Do more flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, but he's going to be an annoying lurker then. Okay.
What? As opposed to just annoying.
Yeah.
Mate,
Windows
Oh, mate.
Windows plus Shift plus S. What's that do? That's screenshot, isn't it? Or save or something. Pip, what are you doing out there? Pip broke the Zoom. No, she's back again.
I think
Yeah,
she's
Switch that dual monitor thingy off. It was annoying me.
Oh, okay. So you're right now.
She's on.
I'm all right now.
Okie dokie.
Thank you.
What's wrong with just pressing Windows and print screen?
So because I've got 4 screens hooked up, if I just go Windows print screen, I get 4 screens printed.
Yes. You
Wow.
then go in and just cut out the bit you want.
Okay. But you can just press print screen. That's what I do.
Yeah, but I still end up with 4 screens printing out.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realise I did that. I get 2 coming out now. We have to crop them.
You have
If
to-
I just
yeah.
press print screen, I get all sorts of options.
Yeah.
I've got a screen recorder thingy, which is good. You can just.
Oh, I can
I
just if I press print screen, I can snip and select.
Yeah, I use a snipping tool.
Am I going to my
what
paint
have we got
shop?
here?
Or I use my screen recording doohickey thingy.
Doohickey.
Yeah.
OBS is good for it.
You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, hickey.
No, I just click the wee camera and then I can crop what I want to pick.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Farmers, casuals threatening you.
Go on then. Well, you do that anyway.
So how's that a threat? Because that's what you normally do.
Can I press play so I can go make a coffee?
Yeah, it's a good idea. Press play so I can go make a cup of tea.
Yeah,
was
it's
right
going to
there.
take 11
Oh, he
minutes
was
to get
right.
through.
Oh, my bad. I just needed Chikey to point it out.
Yeah, but I've got it sped up a little
Solid
bit.
bouncy balls behave like unbonded
Yeah,
gas,
but
Chikey.
we- Remember, it's,
Yo,
What's wrong, Alan?
you're a bit guru.
remember, it's Noakley. He's a twat.
Yeah, we know
really
that.
Need to, we do need to really comment on it as we go.
Okay. I'll go and turn the
that's all right,
jargon
I'll
on
just
and then I'll
keep
come
talking.
back. And then you can just...
Oh.
I'll hear you.
Guru Thunderfoot is going to have his ass handed to him indefinitely until he retracts his complete fit that bouncy balls, solid, bonded, bouncy balls, behave like an unbonded gas. I will call him
I
what
really
he
can't
is,
wait till
a
Thunderfoot
complete
returns in favour for this.
moron.
Yeah, I haven't watched it. Reply.
I'm watching his channel.
That's music. We don't want that. Skip. We'll skip a bit of that.
Hello? You were wrong!
Remember what he said.
Have some
shit.
humility,
Get
you
shit out of
bonehead!
me.
Say, oh right, I was wrong. I accused somebody
nearly
of
forgot.
using fallacious reasoning, that would be cherry picking, ignoring a completely contextually different statement that preceded or followed what was read out. That did not happen! So are you going to apologise?
No, I won't.
No, that's because you're a wanker! Like all of your brethren, like all globe scum who come here, like Thunderfoot or whatever the fuck his name is, laughing at us, yeah? When they declare total nonsense! It's an absolute outrage. You think you've got the right to laugh at us and claim fallacy, and you don't even know what the fallacy is! But you won't apologise! What an absolute disgusting human being you are! You scum!
Nathan, you've got to
You're
unmute
scum!
them if you want
Don't
them
talk
to
to me about
talk.
geometric horizon. What, the one that's not contradicted with cherry picking?
Wait, I can't get a
that
word
one.
in sideways
You
here.
claimed somebody cherry picked. You didn't know what the fuck it even meant. And now you're talking through me. When are you going to have an ounce of humility, you scumbag?
And no one's talking.
Are you fucking laughing at us?
On this one, right?
Are you fucking laughing at us? You are a...
Well, it's funny. He's just sitting there yelling at you, so waiting for you to answer, and all you can do is laugh. What are you supposed to do? And then when you stop laughing, well, you going to answer? Yeah, when I stop laughing.
But it's like Jose says. You sit there and you go to answer, and then all of a sudden your red microphone comes up. You're muted. You can't do nothing, so you just sit there and wait for them to unmute you again.
Yeah. And you go, what was the question?
Can you repeat everything after you started swearing? I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Fuckwit. The lowest of stupidity level that there is here. Clown show to the nth degree. But you think you can laugh at me, you fucking moron?
You should be thanking us for teaching you something.
Teaching you how fucking stupid you are. You unbelievable wanker. Yet you laugh.
Hey?
Teaching Thunderfoot something.
Oh, you see, so the whole story behind this, about 4 days ago.
I know. I know what's. I've seen the Thunderfoot video.
Yeah. So Thunderfoot released his video, and
he did a piece on him, didn't he?
Yeah, and well, now I think Nathan's face came up maybe 3 times. A couple of times like this, and one time where he's been his very disingenuous self, where he's been overly pleasant to his audience, and thanking them for the money and all of that stuff. And yeah, I think it might have hurt his fifi.
So we should have, so in context, we should have watched Thunderfoot's video first.
Terry, Tony's in Shenwag. Crikey, mate, is in the wrong place. In Discord.
I'll give a look.
I'll move him.
I'll get him.
I'll move him.
Get him
Okay,
in.
you get him.
Where is it? Where is he? Where's he hiding?
He just dropped.
Oh, he's gone.
Where'd he go? He disappeared.
He'll probably come in a sec. He probably just clicked on the wrong room, Terry, so he'll come in a second. Be getting a link to come in.
Carry on.
Okay.
Because you fear us. That's why you laugh. You haven't got the vaguest clue what you talk about. We have to drag you around by your short hairs and explain how wrong you are, and your reaction is to laugh. You pathetic little weasel.
Go ahead. Go.
I'm telling you off, you stupid prick.
Show me how.
Yeah, I'm telling you off. I'm a flat earther telling a retard clown, globehead, off. You listening, Thunderfoot? This is what you'd get. You'd have me, the flat earther, telling you off and you laughing while I berate you for your unbelievable stupidity. Like this dumb fuck. Claims cherry picking, like you claimed balls of solid were gas. Yeah, you'd have me, the flat earther, tearing a strip off your dumbass, like I'm tearing a strip off Chikey's dumbass. You're a retard, Chikey. You're having your ass handed to you for your stupidity and your misapprehensions about what cherry picking was. Do you understand? Do you know where you are?
No, I don't.
No, you're fucking right you don't know where you are. You're on Flat Earth Debate being told what's what by Flat Earthers. The people in authority here are not you globehead retards. It's us. And you're going to damn well know about it. And I am going to be the one to tell you, clowns. It doesn't matter if it's you, George Musa, Neil deGrasse Tyson, or this clown Thunderfoot. I will tear a strip off you and expose you. Then I'll tell you off. And you'll damn well sit there and take it from the Flat Earthers.
Expose me then.
You do it yourself just fine, Jakey.
Jakey, you exposed yourself. You used the word, couldn't even understand what it meant. After reading the definition, you still don't understand.
Don't tell me the word.
I'll tell you. You're fucking right, I'll tell you. I'll sit your ass down like a little child and I'll tell you what's what. I'll give you practical examples. I'll give you demonstrations that highlight the lack of science. I'll tell you. And damn well listen, you will.
Tell me what?
For me, bitch. I'm telling you. I'm telling all of you.
He's carrying on, but he's not saying anything. He's just.
Can you imagine him asking something at the shops?
Give me a fucking word.
How can I help you, sir? I'll tell you what I fucking want.
How dare you be nice to me and polite?
Globehead fuckwits. Telling you, not asking, not requesting permission, telling you. And you're gonna damn well like it.
Tenderfoot, where are you?
Thunderfoot, I'm gonna make you my bitch, you fraud clown. Yeah, I'm gonna set out to make it my personal responsibility to get a snivelling retraction like you got from that clown who put in a fake DMCA claim against you and you've got on your channel snivelling like a bitch. I'm going to make it my personal task to make Thunderfoot snivel like a bitch like that guy he humiliated for his fake DMCA claim. I'm going to have Thunderfoot snivelling like that little bitch. For how fucking wrong he is and how unbelievable stupidity he spouted to his audience of almost 100,000 people. How he doesn't understand intermolecular bonds. How he uses imagination to flog his product just like all the clowns he debunks. So yeah, Thunderfoot, if you're not listening, I hope someone shares this with you. Because I'm going to be demanding a retraction from you. Demanding a snivelling apology for how fucking wrong you were and how big a clown you were to declare that gas behaves like solids. That'll be me, a flat earther, demanding that Thunderfoot corrects his errors and his fraud and his lies about how things behave so he can sell you his religious belief in gravity.
Correct your lies. Jake.
He holds everyone to his rules. He doesn't have to follow them.
Yeah, I don't think.
I'm really trying hard not to swear here. I'm just going to eat.
Oakley has no idea how gases work, or solids, or liquids.
Oh, what was that you were saying, Alan?
I don't think Dr. Mason made any errors in his video, did he? Not, or at least not the sort of errors that would be, that you would not I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. Yes, we know that atoms are mostly probability clouds of electrons and stuff, but when we start looking at the properties of a gas, we can treat those atoms as a little solid bouncy ball, can't we?
The thing here is, Alan, and the thing I think everyone needs to understand, and I think most people do, is that what Nathan calls fallacies wrong or lies, that's any narrative that goes against his.
Well,
around a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum. Well, Thunderfoot, you will be on your knees apologising like that snivelling little fuck that put in a fake DMCA claim. You will be him. And if you don't, I will be the one to point out the total lack of humility that you have when you are wrong and demonstrated to be a clown with your bouncy balls. And we will laugh at how bouncy balls aren't gas. We'll laugh at you. Until you get on your knees, like the snivelling fuck lying fraud you are, and apologise for your errors, your lies, or, let's not be unfair, your potential complete abject stupidity. Either way, you're going to be correcting how fucking wrong you are, and I'm going to be the one demanding it from here on out, Thunderfoot. So laugh while you still can, Clown Show, with your gas bouncy balls. You're going to be retracting that shite. And I'm going to be demanding it from now until you do. And if you don't, it's going to be highlighted that you like to see humility in your victims, but you don't offer an ounce of it when you're wrong, which you are, Clown Show fraud mathematician. So it's going to be highlighted from now on until you do that. One of two things. Just for brevity, just for a summary.
Wrong.
You're either going to be admitting how stupid you are and apologising to all the people you stereotyped. That would be flat earthers.
Just pause it there, Terry, for a second. He's there telling Thunderfoot he's wrong, but see what picture he's got up on his stream.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
Does one of those elephants have another head growing out of its ass?
Yeah, it looks like it is. It's a double-headed elephant.
That's that may be a triple-headed elephant.
Triple-headed.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's reality for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But hang on, he's going crooked Thunderfoot for lying. But yes, hello Pot. Call me Kettle.
Yeah. Meet Mr. Black.
Or you're going to have me indefinitely pointing out your total lack of humility when you're proven wrong.
Tenderfoot. Come on, Tenderfoot.
Why are you talking to someone that is not here?
Because I know he watches my videos. I know he's scouring through my videos to hopefully find something stupid I've said. I know because he's published them on his channel, so I know he's watching. Don't I, Thunderfoot? I happen to stumble across your clown ass, but you're definitely hunting your way through my videos now, aren't you, mate? And yeah, you'll find stuff about you being a clown and a pseudoscientist and a pretender who uses maths. And I'll also point out that gas behaviour is definitely not analogous to solid behaviour. I'll be pointing that out until you correct your error. Because he's listening, Chikey, that's why.
He was right.
Oh, he was right. Oh, my bad. I just needed Chikey to point it out. So, solid bouncy balls behave like unbonded gas, Chikey? Yo, your fuckwit guru, Thunderfoot, is going to have his ass handed to him indefinitely until he retracts his complete fucking horseshit that bouncy balls, solid, bonded, bouncy balls, behave like fucking unbonded gas. I will call him what he is, a complete moron. That's what he is, Chikey. He's stupid. That's Thunderfoot. Yo, Thunderfoot, I hope you're laughing. I hope you're laughing, mate. This is a flat earther telling you how stupid you are, with your own words of stupidity to sell your religious faith. Your gas isn't like solid bouncy balls, moron. How'd you like those apples? How do my balls taste? Do they taste like gas?
This is 11 minutes of him talking.
Yeah.
Hey, hang on. Hang on.
For the day, have a stroke on air.
Yeah, now, hang on. I'd like to answer Nathan there. They taste just like Riley's butt.
This is not Monty Python, is it?
So someone paid for the 11-minute argument
This is fucking great.
Yeah, so you said you wanted dirt.
I think this is the room where they go in and get the abuse.
Oh, it's I don't get how anyone being on either side of this argument, how they can go into a room like that and listen to the constant abuse from him. And let's be honest, he doesn't just do it to globe believers. He does it to globe deniers. He does it to anyone that disagrees with him. You know, it's just a horribly toxic environment to go into.
I just went over to Thunderfoot's channel.
Oh, did I miss Oakley ranting and venting?
Oh, that's here we go. Why do people laugh at flat earthers? That would have been it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because they're
now
idiots.
I understand what I.
It is a bit of a long stream though. It goes for like 22 minutes or something. But yeah, it's quite funny.
You can break it down for us, mate.
Oh,
I can do jumps.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way.
He dropped some rubber balls and videos then, bouncing about.
Yeah, so the bit that that Nathan in particular is going crook at him, that he displayed a video, and I believe it's from one of his earlier videos where he's talking about how gas acts. But he showed a video of a bucket of balls being dropped in a plastic cube, as it would be, and watching them bounce around the insides of the cube. And I believe when he did that the first time, he showed that, he explained more to the point that this is how gas would work in an excited system, so that they'd be moving around and all of that type of stuff. So his his comparison was fairly accurate.
Yeah, because he's talking about what would happen to gas molecules in a gravitational field.
Yeah, so, and he was using that as a way of explaining to people that don't necessarily understand, not people that are unwilling to understand. And, as a demonstrational purposes, it's quite accurate, I think. But
well, the gas atoms themselves or molecules themselves do take up space. If you compress a gas enough, it doesn't follow the ideal gas law anymore because those atoms actually do take up some space.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they ship liquid oxygen, liquid propane. Otherwise, it would be a gas.
John Rapp's got the scientist.
Oh.
Did he? I'm sorry, I won't listen.
John Rapp.
I have to scroll back up, do I?
It's yeah. Where is it? There it is.
Ah,
I was almost right. I said Higgins.
Something to do with the
Not Higgins.
I said Higgins.
Oh.
Nearly right.
Oh, you get a gold star, John. I don't know what we're listening to. What's he?
Well, we're not listening to anything.
Crap. Whilst punting the rhetoric the priests of heliocentrism have given him about a sky vacuum, second law of thermodynamics violation, gas that's not filling it.
Sky vacuum. What is a sky vacuum?
Whilst demonstrating to a guy with a vacuum dryer that that's not really how vacuums work. Oh, right, mate. But they work like that with Earth in space, do they? No, mate, that violates natural law.
Yeah. I'm going to cut you up so small the worms won't even have to chew. Nah, seriously, he's come prepared. He's got a killer question, which he thinks is going to stump me on astronomy. You know, me, the guy who filmed an entire rotation of Jupiter in a single night. Someone who's watched the sun rotate over days, done time lapses of the surface of the sun. Someone who went halfway around the world to watch a transit of Venus. Someone who's watched sunset on the moon. And cometary impacts on Jupiter.
Which telescope was this again? 60-inch. Mount Wilson. Mount Wilson. This is the largest optical telescope
available to the public in the world on a continual basis.
And what's that black spot again?
That's the impact scar of either a comet or an asteroid. I'm Guessing it's a daughter of Shoemaker Levy 9.
Filmed both lunar and solar eclipses. In fact, I've been doing astronomy so long that I've not seen a sunrise for years. Just the Earth spinning. Really, if you want to lose faith in mankind, just watch an hour or so of these people debating whether the moon is a hologram or a light source.
I'm going to ask you a specific question though, because it was someone, I can't remember. I'm sorry to credit them. I can't remember who it was that asked. But you were obviously holding up a ball and a flashlight and explaining moon phases.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the moon is a spherical, physical object?
I believe the moon is a physical, spherical object. I believe it is physical.
He's heading for that small moon.
That's no moon.
Very much physical up there. I believe it gives off its own light via fluorescence.
No, you heard that right. The moon is spherical.
I believe the moon is a physical, spherical object.
But to think that the Earth is spherical would be crazy.
But she's
That would
still
be like
a crank.
a sort of religion indoctrinated into you by preachers.
We'll talk about
Yes,
the
that's what
heliocentric religion. And he'll talk about it in a vein that is exactly the same as everyone else has been exposed to in regards to the heliocentric religion, which is to say, he punts it with the just so stories that are given to him by the priests of heliocentrism.
Oh boy, I've seen projectors that didn't project this hard. But as for, does the moon produce its own light? Well, that was a really interesting scientific debate about 500 years ago. You know, until people invented the telescope. Because when you look at the moon, the one thing you notice about it is it's got shadows on it. And if it was making its own light, there wouldn't be shadows there. And you can see them even with a kid's telescope. Anyway, his killer argument here is, how can you have gas pressure when we all know if you open up a container to the vacuum of space, the gas shoots out of it? Checkmate, globetards. And yeah, that's actually what the flat earth people call people who think that the earth is a sphere-shaped, you know, like a globe.
It's called the second law of thermodynamics. So unless you can demonstrate that you can have gas pressure without a container, all right, what does the gas we breathe press on at the top? You know, because it's claimed to be 10 to the minus 17 torr. That's a pretty much damn near perfect vacuum. If that was 10 to the minus 17 torr out of space, sky.
Carl says maybe stop and talk a bit in between, just to be safe.
Yeah.
Good on you, Carl.
Trouble is, it's really hard to stop and talk when the person you're looking at is talking sense.
That was a good point, Nathan. But that was a good point Nathan just made. Well, what does the gas press on at the top, Nathan? What the hell was the gas pressing on at the top of my open fucking pipe, buddy?
Oh, that's right. Nothing.
Oh,
uppity.
Do we have a problem here? Apparently.
But that experiment that I always show with that gas that they pour into a fish tank, is that classed as gas? Is that actually technically classed as a gas pressure in an open container?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gas pressured all around it, inside and outside that tank.
So is what I did with that blower, Terry. That experiment where I had the blower going and I had my watch, which has got the barometer and altimeter built into it. And I put it down in front of the airstream of the blower. Well, that was a higher pressure than the air around it.
And also,
you know,
all materials have a boiling point. Like ice, water, gas, that they depreciate from solid to a gas at a certain pressure and heat. So that depreciate to from solid to gas. Like water can be a solid at one temperature, and at a higher temperature it goes to a gas. Same with any other solids or liquids.
vacuum, then the gas I'm
that
breathing right
agreeable?
now would want to fill that volume. Without the container, there can be no pressure. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, you're breathing it.
That's one of his questions for when he does his opening.
Oh, his housekeeping question.
Yeah, housekeeping questions. Somebody wrote all them down, didn't they?
Yeah, somebody did somewhere.
Yeah, somebody's got all them written down.
But it's because they're constantly conflating gas pressure with atmospheric pressure.
That's right.
And they never recognise the fact that they'll pull up a definition for gas pressure, but they'll never pull up the definition for atmospheric pressure because it's got gravity in it.
Well, our mate Riley has now, I think he's changed his tune a little bit with that, because he now agrees that there is an atmospheric a pressure differential.
Differential.
I can't. That's it. As you go up a hill.
Well, yeah.
So he's open to that now because of what Sly did with his container going up the hill, showing it. Yeah.
But that means he's accepting reality. That's a rocky road to go down for a flat earther.
Only part thereof.
Fuck.
Oh, there's the balls, Terry.
There's a dick, but I'll get to the balls.
Oh God, that face! Don't you just want to punch it?
Yeah. Sorry. Who's doing the experiment for this, or whatever it is?
Thunderfoot.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Nick Mason.
Imagine you've got some perfectly bouncy balls in a fish tank, and the fish tank has no lid on it, and none of those balls have enough energy to bounce out of the box. Now imagine those balls are actually gas molecules, and boom, you have a lidless container holding a finite pressure of gas. So yeah, knowing little more than if you drop an object, then it will fall, and that gas molecules are objects, you can understand why things like the sun, which are basically giant balls of gas, even though they don't have a container, they don't evaporate into space. And the same goes with Jupiter and Saturn, or hell, for that matter, any planet with an atmosphere. Now, our flat earther here seems remarkably offended that I get praised for debunking crap while he gets criticised for spouting it.
Now, without getting into the moans about, well, you get held up and praised, 900,000 subscribers, I get called a shill and ridiculed for being a flat earther. But that's excused by the masses, because they're all programmed with this to believe the sky is a vacuum.
I know, the double standards. But this might be an opportune time to revisit the video in which he had this epiphany that this was the Achilles heel where he could show that I was wrong, where I was debunking a vacuum dryer.
Whilst punting the rhetoric the priests of heliocentrism have given him about a sky vacuum, second law of thermodynamics violation, gas that's not filling it, whilst demonstrating to a guy with a vacuum dryer that that's not really how vacuums work. Oh, right, mate. But they work like that with Earth in space, do they? No, mate, that violates natural law.
You know, the one I said was bullshit.
And this is the Morris Zero. It's a dryer from the future.
The one which raised over $500,000 from Kickstarter or Indiegogo or whatever.
It's pretty much now him just talking about the... If I remember rightly, it's pretty much now just him talking about this idiot.
Yeah. Which... It was just a big scam.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing Thunderfoot's very good at doing is exposing and busting all these scams. He's done several, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, many. I think if memory serves me correctly, Thunderfoot was the first one to bring out the information about the 5G blocker USB stick.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah. So and when you actually got it, all it was a 5G stick that had an LED hooked up to the power of your computer. So not only was it using power and doing nothing, but it used up a USB socket on your computer and still did nothing.
What's this tumble dryer got to do with
Didn't it have a
it?
little bit of memory in it?
I think it may have had 8 gig or something stupid like that in it, Alan. But there was, but there was some out there that didn't even have that.
Probably because it's actually cheaper to buy them with the memory with the memory installed in it.
Well, let's be honest. It would have whoever originally came up with the idea would have just gone to the back door of one of these computer places that make them all and got all the second-hand rejects.
So there's nothing really else in this by the limit. I don't know what this advertisement for a clothes dryer is for.
No, but that's what he was debunking, because that clothes dryer supposedly used a partial vacuum to speed up the drying time.
Okay.
Which would make it more energy efficient, but
the whole thing was a scam.
Oh, okay. How much? Only 700.
That was how much was raised. I think that particular scam raised over $1 million on several sites.
Wow. What, just to invest in that product?
Yeah, it was one of these startup things, help us invest in this and you'll get one for a cheaper price and blah, blah, blah. And I got a funny feeling that nobody actually ever saw one. I can't remember.
Well, yeah, through this, he actually goes through, towards the end, he goes through all of the mail and the comments afterwards. And, all of them are, you can keep your bloody dryer, I just want my money back. It's been 3 months now, where's my dryer? Or give me my money back.
Yeah.
And the one Terry's got up there, that's his only comment that's the only comment that he could find as a reply.
And that was supposedly from somebody who was independent, but yeah. We've all read short pieces. But the worst bit is how they get all these bloody technology awards and shit, isn't it? From these different. Because none of the magazines have actually got scientists or engineers having a look to see if what's being suggested is even vaguely in the realms of what physics allows. 9
o'clock Hero said, my pet rock protects me from 5G. Well, that's a clever pet rock. That's a good investment, that 9 o'clock.
That's about as valid as anything else.
Oh, and Sam Cam said, I can sell you a wireless extension cord. How much are they, Sam?
Oh, well, and if you're interested in that, I've got some dehydrated water you might like.
What size does it come in?
Just add water.
What size does it come in?
Any size you like. I'm flexible. You just got to add water to it.
Is it 2-part dehydrated water?
No, but it's supply your own container.
Yeah.
I want to start a flat Earth amusement park featuring a cordless bungee jump.
A cordless bungee jump.
I like the sound of that. I'll quite happily watch him doing cordless bungee jumping.
I'm hoping that's over a concrete lake.
Yeah. Priceless.
TP Seeker's got some cans of air for sale. Now, is that pure air or filtered air?
Would somebody like to talk to me about a bridge?
What, a bridge? Okay.
Bridge for sale.
I'd buy those cans if they've got the Schwartz written on them.
I can sell you
buy
a
collect
quarter
stuff.
of an acre on the moon. Would you like a quarter of an acre on the moon? Near a crater with a view?
That'd be
Oh, I was
cool.
gonna-
Yeah.
As long as if it's near one of the lakes.
Didn't they do that back in the 70s? They did that back in the 70s, I think it was. So they're selling real estate.
Oh yeah, there were companies selling you real estate on the moon and Mars and all sorts of places, and you got a genuine certificate of ownership and everything.
Terry, Dave said, have you looked at comments on your YouTube page? There's one you probably want to remove. Okay, I better go and have a look at that while we're here.
Oh.
Was that on Terry's or was that on Alan's?
He said it's mine.
Might be entertaining, just prosperity.
Oh, let's have a look.
I'll go to my channel.
Wait till we all look, Terry.
Must be Terry's, not on mine.
Would that be the one from Mark Martinez that is called hotvideosisters.online?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, just wait until I get there, Terry, so I can click on it.
Hang on a minute.
have a look.
Let me just get an incognito up.
I got a link the other day.
Hot Video Sisters Online.
Yeah, delete it.
No,
I got a video.
I'll delete it.
I linked the other day.
Is somebody
to
going to
someone
screen
getting a
grab
cat.
it?
Yeah. Which video was it on, Terry?
It's on my latest one for upload for the reminder for this.
From 3 hours ago.
Yeah, whatever time I uploaded the reminder for this, the link to this channel.
Because what I'll do.
That's because it's gone.
That's all right. I wanted to go to his channel first, so now I can report his channel.
Okay. Nobody click on that link. Okay, so remove it. Is that what you got to press?
Yep.
Remove. Can't you block the person or whatever?
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can hide user from channel.
Oh yes, you don't want to go to that. I've just tried that in an incognito link. Yeah.
Not
yes,
good.
in answer to your question, any or all of the above. Yeah, they're very nice.
Oh, well, anyway, I won't get to see it. Sorry.
Not entirely sure any of them made it to the age of 20 yet, but there you go.
Somebody, what is that? Is that a problem for a person's channel having that on their thing? If YouTube see it or something?
Yes.
See now that doesn't work here where I am, farmers, because all I get is a dating site coming up with a Mirror 69 that lives in Perth apparently. But then if you look at the car that's in the background of the picture, it's a UK number plate.
How does that work?
I don't know.
Oh dear.
Maybe she moved.
Oh, of course. Of course, yeah. She'd moved to Perth because that's a lovely place to move to.
That'd be a long time.
UK Perth. UK Perth. I think I'd probably take Perth, actually.
Don't know.
Point and laugh said I got it just on time. Well, it's gone, so anyone else can miss out.
So, moving on. Press play, Joe.
Ooh.
How we go? Oh yeah, we're up to the first hour already, so that's not too bad. Well, I do have a little bit of ancient tech stuff we can whiz through. It's just a bit of an overview of the ancient technologies in the Middle Ages. Where are we? 18 inventions of the Middle Ages that changed the world.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Now I put up a picture as my thumbnail.
Oh yes.
And it's
What is
supposed to be
that?
some sort of weaving machine from India. I don't know what year it
Well, I
was.
saw the thumbnail and thought, what the bloody hell
Yeah,
is that?
I know. I was waiting for somebody to guess what it was, but no one said nothing. So obviously no one knew what could figure it out. Okay. So after the fall in the West during the 5th century AD, the power vacuum it created forced its former conquests into centuries of bitter warfare, famine, disease, and strife. Yet despite the constant fear of death, there was enough calm during the Middle Ages for great leaps forward in science and invention. These 18 inventions of the Middle Ages are prime examples. Some of them were so important that they would pave the way ultimately to the modern world we live in. The following list is far from exhaustive and in no particular order. Okay, the printing press. Well, we did the printing press.
Yep.
Sort of.
Should have arrived this morning. That's I've been hanging about waiting in the door for them coming.
All right.
Oh shit! I thought that person was in
Right,
Discord
anything.
for a second then.
Eh?
I was about to go over to Discord. So where's that strange voice coming from?
Pip's room.
It's Margaret's.
Didn't you say that they don't deliver on a Saturday night? Oops.
No, the adult shop do deliver. It's okay.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
That's okay.
You just had Terry wondering. He thought it was coming from Discord.
I thought, who's that strange voice in Discord?
That was Mr. Pip.
Yeah, Mr. Pip.
Yes,
Didn't sound like they and them at all.
They ordered flowers and they haven't delivered them, so they won't deliver them.
I think Colin got that, wasn't it? Rope machine, was it?
I think we should, since hubby is there, I think we should wish both of you happy anniversary.
No, he's got his left now. You're all right.
Oh.
Thank you, Edwy.
Oh, you just
Good
put
year.
how many
Good
years?
year, you've got my head going.
How many years have you put up with each other?
28.
It's not bad going.
28.
28,
My parents hit 53 years this year.
I forget how many years.
I don't think they're going to put up with each other for many more years, though, the way things are going.
I forget how many years I've been committed.
That sounds good.
I think Dad's going to find himself left out in the field one winter very soon.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Well.
No, they tried to deliver flowers and they said we couldn't deliver them, which is rubbish for here. So they're keeping them till Monday. They'll be dead.
Oh, great. Yeah. But so they didn't try sort of knocking the door, ringing the doorbell, anything like that. Just
You've heard my dogs if somebody comes to the door, so no, they haven't.
Yeah.
Would have been quicker to go around the neighbourhood and just pinch plants in someone's front yard.
Hey, Terry, stop giving away all my tricks.
You just walk down the
I'm not
footpath.
dead anyway.
There's all sorts of flowers growing along the side of the fences out, sticking out.
You're catching over from way back, mate.
You know, I worked out that one. What you do is you go talk sweetly to an elderly lady that might need a front nature strip mowed or something like that, and then you might mention in passing that you need some flowers, and they quite often will more than generously give you flowers out of their garden.
What a sweetheart.
No, I like my idea better. You just walk down the road or pull over in your car
and pinch other people's flowers.
Sadly, we live on a main street and they won't go back garden, so people would see us.
Oh, okay. Oh, that trick wouldn't work for you.
Oi, what are you doing in my garden?
Yeah.
Admiring your blooms.
Well, you do have back lanes sometimes, but the fences are usually too tall to reach over to grab plants.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh. Well, you carry a ball with you and you throw it over the fence and say, "Excuse me, can I get the ball?"
I'm sorry for the interruption. Carry on.
I don't know what was interrupting.
Printing
Your
press.
history.
Oh, the printing press. Yeah, we're just looking at a printing press. How they're dabbing
Which I
the.
think
I think they're I can tell what they're doing. They're dabbing the ink onto the letters, raised letters, and then they'll slide that tray in underneath that press, and then they'll throw a sheet of paper in. Then they'll bring the press down. I think it's just on a lever, is it? That type. You just pull the lever around,
Yeah.
is it? So to just have a an angled beveled system in this on the shaft. So as you turn it, it'll just push it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the same as having it on a cam, isn't it? You just
Yeah.
because you don't have to keep winding the damn thing up and
Oh
down.
yeah,
it'll
those
just
ones
be
with
on
the
motion.
handle on top. Oh geez, every time to
I think Peter G has in the side post that it's actually the movable type that the typesetter on the right hand side of that photograph
Mm.
is using. That is the real innovation in that drawing.
What, this part here, where
Rather
he's
than just
this guy here?
yes, this guy there where he's got all the hot type, the lead, the movable lead typeface, so that you can literally put them in a block and change stuff every day, so that you can do things like newspapers, because you can print something new every day.
Oh, so it
But
looks
they also
like
got
he's
very
got.
good
Has he got a bit of paper in front of him that he's like something written by hand?
Yes.
Yeah,
And that-
that'll be telling him what he's trying to set.
Yep, that'll be telling him what he's setting into the block.
And of course, they got very good at reading back to front because you set everything arse
Back to
about
front.
face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
do
they
want
could
to
read
find
it
some
back to
stuff.
front.
I do want to find some pictures, or it'd be right if we had a video of how they made the books back in those days. That would be interesting to see.
Oh yeah, because that was quite a process, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Binding a book.
Because it was the typesetters that got really upset with the move to electronic typesetting, wasn't it?
Mm.
Because it took their super skilled job and completely eliminated it.
So the printing press is probably the most important invention of the Middle Ages. It wrenched control of the information distribution from the state and church and laid the path for Protestant
Reformation.
Reformation, okay. The Renaissance and the Enlightenment. Although Johannes Gutenberg's famous press was developed in the 15th century, it can trace its history back to the 3rd century China. Without the modern world, it would be a very different place indeed. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh, coffee. The coffee house was ahead of its time. Okay.
Yep. So it was in the UK.
To anyone who has ever visited the Middle East will attest coffee as a huge part of their culture. It was first introduced to the Ottoman Empire sometime in the 15th century and would take the Ottoman world by storm. Soon after, coffee houses would spring up everywhere, with coffee being introduced to Europe in the early modern period.
And of course, coffee houses were one of the first places that the free press newspapers were distributed. So you would go to the coffee house to have a cup of coffee and read the newspaper.
Wow, how cool would that be back then?
That wasn't, and you could probably read a newspaper that wasn't being controlled by the state or the church.
Yeah. There's bound to be some of those, or a copy of one of them around somewhere. If you're lucky. The heavy plough led to the agricultural revolution. Yeah, we did a little bit of agricultural stuff with seed and wheat and stuff like that. The introduction of the heavy plough in the 6th century revolutionised farming across the world. Previously, mould board plough designs limited their efficiency by needing to be a trade-off between weight and their ability to be pulled along on their runner. I don't know, I have to look into that. Heavy ploughs introduced wheels, to replace the runners of its predecessors while enabling them to increase significantly in size and introduce metal components, while still being able to be pulled by draft animals. Feed production would increase dramatically thereafter, ultimately facilitating much of modern history, not to mention dramatically changing landscapes.
You see, the old ploughs that were being pulled by horses or what have you, you had to have some way of setting the depth, and they used to do it just on runners.
Okay.
So say you've got a dirty, great big Shire horse pulling your plough. He's pulling the weight of the plough, the resistance of the ground you're ploughing, plus the fact it's sliding on runners. It's not on wheels. So then they eventually used wheels instead, which sort of releases an awful lot of the friction. And then, of course, if you've got rid of that friction, you can maybe make the plough a bit bigger. You can maybe dig a bit deeper. Of course, these days it's not an issue. It's like, you've got 4, 5, 6, 7 furrowed ploughs being towed by a bloody great tractor.
Yeah.
And you set the depth hydraulically. But back in the day, you had to limit how deep your ploughshare went into the ground. Otherwise, it would just keep going and grind to a halt.
They started putting counterweights on it to give it more weight onto it. The old ploughs.
I haven't
seen
seen
you pushing down with the counterweights.
Yeah, and of course they're only doing 1 furrow at a time, whereas
Yeah.
of course now you can do 6, 7, 8 furrows at a time.
Has
maybe
anyone
even more, I
watched
can't remember.
the Time Team episodes where they were digging up the fields for the Roman remains, and they got down to a certain level where the original tiling was for the floor of a Roman villa, and they actually could see the score marks from where the plough had actually just scraped into the tiles and ruined the. Well, you couldn't help it because they weren't worried about it. They didn't know it was there, I suppose.
No, modern ploughs can they can go down sort of a foot plus. And yeah, some of these Roman remains, these remains of their buildings weren't that far down.
No.
They reckon we have lost a lot of sort of archaeology like that because nobody knows it's there, and you plough it up and you don't even notice it. I mean, when you're chundering along in your tractor ploughing, you're not looking behind you all the time.
No.
And if your ploughshare pulls something up and instantly turns it over, you ain't going to see it, and it's gone. And by the time you've rolled it and cultivated it, you've just wiped it out.
I was saying to Alan there a while back about the fields around where he lives. It'd be interesting to do a field walk and see if there's any little bits of anything, been dug up by the ploughing.
You'll always turn stuff up. Yeah.
Yeah. You probably couldn't walk across the field in East Anglia and not find something.
I could walk across any of my dad's fields after harvest, and the most common thing I would pick up would be bits of clay pipe.
Yeah.
Because they were pretty much disposable, and you'll find sometimes we'd actually find the bowls with quite a stump of the stem on them as well, but usually it was just lengths of clay pipe.
Yeah.
You'd find old bits of pottery, all sorts of things.
The Australian adventure called the stump jumper, especially when you're ploughing along and you hit a solid rock or a stump.
Yeah.
One of the rods would jump up instead of digging into it.
That's still a problem out in the fens. Fortunately, my dad's land was sort of on the edge of the fens. We weren't in it, but out in the fens, when you're ploughing fields, you'll quite often come across something like a bog oak. Yeah, because as you plough, you tend to bring stuff up that's much deeper down, and just turning over the earth all the time tends to bring things up. And I've seen people break ploughshares before hitting a bog oak. And that's, you have to go out there and dig the damn things up and get them out of the field.
To answer Sam's question, where was he? I wish this text wouldn't scroll so fast. Yeah, they used a where are you?
Oh, radar imaging equipment.
Yeah, I was going to answer it.
Yes, they do sometimes.
Geophys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I typed an answer for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a ground penetrating radar that'll bounce back any objects that are beneath the surface and come up like a graph. Well, I've seen the picture of it. It's like a graph, really, where the lines just go up and down, and any time it hits anything.
If I remember, they use two. They use either radar or magnetometry.
Mm.
I know for a fact they use radar, magnetometry, resistance.
That's it. Yeah.
So, some sort of resistance profiling. They don't usually use seismic, but you could do seismic stuff as well. It depends on the type of remain you're looking for, because and GFEs will even walk a field with metal detectors just to see if
Well, one of the most effective ways, and I really must try and find it again, are aerial photos that show crop marks. Now, if you look at it,
Google Earth.
Yeah, if you, I'll have to do a way back search on Google Earth. There's a field. There was a couple of fields sort of down the lane from our farm, from Dad's farm, and on the Ordnance Survey maps, it's marked as Roman remains. Well, there's nothing there to be seen. There's nothing visible at all. But on a set of Google Earth photos from several years ago, you can quite clearly see the square outline of what was a Roman structure. You can't see it now. The latest sets of photographs, you can't see it. But that set of photographs, you could. You could see it in the crop marks.
There's a guy in the UK now that's actually using drones, and the way he does it is, well, as we all know, disturbed soil grows and holds moisture differently to undisturbed soil.
Mm-hmm.
And when the UK not long ago had the extended dry period that they had, he was flying his drones up over different sites that already had known significant things in that location. And what he was able to do was in certain areas, he would see the grass is still growing quite green, and they'd all be growing in shapes, be it square, rectangles, and he was using that to actually plot out where unsurveyed ancient sites were. Just because the grass was growing there, it was retaining the water differently to the rest of the area.
The outline of any buildings or foundations was always be a lighter colour because the grass wasn't as green in those areas. And if you look at when you're looking down from above, you can see the shape of a building or something.
And then you see ditches as being darker and more foliated because the looser soil in it, because of the way it fills back up, holds more water.
Yeah, it'd be more greener.
But I mean, even over here, just the ploughing, there are fields that show you can see where they ploughed it many years ago.
Now, who said that in the peanut gallery? I highlighted it. Now I've lost it. Oh. Where'd it go? Oh, yeah. Dartman says UK time team, bring it back. I wish they would bring back a show like that. Even the guy with the hat, the long white hair. I forget which one he's called.
Phil Harding
has
been. Phil Harding. There's been a load of Phil Harding videos posted on YouTube just this week.
Yes.
Oh right.
Yep.
About the Battle of Waterloo.
Yeah. That's been interesting. That you've been following it too. You've been following it too, Alan. That's good.
I haven't actually had the time to watch them.
Oh.
Because I haven't been well. But
I'll have to.
I've been
look
like,
out for them.
yes.
Yeah.
I'll go and watch
I recommend you guys. But go back a few episodes so you get an idea what's going on.
Yeah, it's not just Phil Harding. There's the whole team that are digging. Hoogman.
Yeah, the problem with Time Team was that they had a winning formula, and they kept with it for many years, and then for some unknown reason, they changed it, and they got rid of some people. They brought in two new sort of part expert, part presenters that were pretty crap, and then Matey Boy of the Weird and Wonderful Jumpers. The professor who was usually in charge of everything. I can't remember his bloody
Yeah, he
name.
passed away, didn't he?
I think so. But they just made so many changes, and it all just fell apart, I think.
When Rosie was about 12, she was really lucky because her mother was doing an OU archaeology course, and she was able to go to Salisbury Plain and take part in the dig. And guess who was in charge of the dig? Phil Harding.
Oh, Phil Harding.
That was it. It was Mick Aston was the
Mick Aston was sort of the head guy.
Yeah.
With the wild white hair and the incredible multicoloured jumpers and pullovers he had.
Yeah, he unfortunately passed away from cancer in about 2011, I think it was. But yeah, Rosie got to take part in the dig on Salisbury Plain. So she met Phil Harding. Apparently, he's as nice in real life as he seems on TV.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he left Time Team. He said the show's producers had made a number of changes to the series without consulting him, and that in the process, Time Team had been dumbed down, something he considered bad for archaeology. He was annoyed that a number of archaeologists, including Stuart Ainsworth, Helen Geek, I like Helen Geek, Victor Ambrose, had seen their roles diminished, whilst a new co-presenter, Marianne Okota, I can't remember, who was a former model with a bachelor's degree in archaeology and anthropology, had been introduced, and that as a result, the episodes now contained, in his words, a lot of faffing about. I think that's what killed Time Team off. They made changes. He didn't like it. He said, "Stuff you guys, I'm out of here," and then it all just it died a death.
I have a feeling that Mick Aston had enough clout as an archaeologist to get their digs approved.
Yes.
And I'm betting that as they dumbed it down, I'm guessing naturally English Heritage or whoever they are that has to authorise a lot of this stuff, maybe also started feeling, well, maybe it's not worth giving them so much to do.
It's a shame. I did enjoy Time Team, and it was always nice when they did something fairly local. And bizarrely, they did a lot of stuff that was local to me when I was still living in the area I grew up, and then I moved out here, and they carried on doing stuff local to me. And it's like, oh, I know where that is. I know where that is.
The B-17 is the closest one they've done to me.
The closest to where I grew up was Wicken Fen, because that was about 3 miles from where I grew up. And I can't. They did a few out this way as well.
Yeah, the B-17 was about 6 miles from where I am. But one of the things they did on that was that I can't remember Sleepy Time Gal was the name painted on the nose of the B-17. And they managed to find the lady who painted the original.
Oh, right.
And
that's right. Yes.
She painted a copy of it, which is now on display at the Air Museum at Flixworth near Bungay.
What are we on to now?
Sure
Verge, I don't know what verge escapement means.
Verge
Mechanical
escapement,
clock replaced.
that's the escapement is the mechanism inside the clock.
Okay.
It's part of the mechanism, but I can't remember which bit it actually is.
So verge escapement, mechanical clocks replaced hourglasses. Can't tell how big it is though.
That's probably about 150 mil high.
Yeah, it's not very big, is it?
No.
Not
It's
judging
gonna
by
be
the
about-
holes you've got for putting keys in and things.
That's going to be about a 6-inch high, say between 6 and 9 inches high, because that's the units it would have been built in.
Yeah.
I'd say that hole could be for the hour change, and that one probably to wind it up if it's
Could
that
well
tight.
be. Yeah.
And remember, it's only got an hour hand.
Yes.
But that's okay. That's still
Yeah, that's
relatively accurate, isn't it? You
Yeah.
can tell the hour. You can see when it's half past, and as you've got half hourly markings, you can tell when it's quarter past, and how accurate you need to be. You know.
And I noticed it's also got 24-hour
4 hour
markings
time.
on.
Yeah, I just
Yep.
noticed that myself. Wow.
And anyway, it's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah.
So the development of the Verge escapement would lead to the creation of the first mechanical clocks in around 13 AD. By the 15th century, they became widespread around Europe. Their invention would quickly change the popularity of hourglasses and ultimately changed everyone's perception of time itself. Yeah. It'd be a bit hard to walk around with a hourglass on your wrist because you'd have to hold it in a certain direction all the time, wouldn't you?
Well, you can wear a sundial.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Hang on a minute, I've just got to get the right angle. What time is it? You can see why the pocket watch became so popular.
And then on a cloudy day, you go, shit, my watch is not working. Paper money is older than you think.
No.
Okay. So how old do you think it is?
Oh dear.
I better not go down any further. It might show. It might show.
Okay, we're looking at old Chinese stuff. So I'm probably saying 300 or 400 AD, maybe.
Okay, that's your
within
guess.
The first. Yeah.
Okay, 400.
Maybe 800 AD.
Okay. Between 400 and 800. Okay. The first recorded use of government-issued paper money was in the 11th century. Oh, you're way off.
Oh, we're giving them far too much credit. Sod that.
Yeah.
I said 800, so that's 9th century. So
Oh, you were closer. Yeah, okay, you were closer.
Only 2 centuries out.
I gave them far too much credit.
Yeah. This currency replaced those produced by private enterprises of the time. All instances of their use were to provide a form of a promissory note payable on demand to the bearer by the issuer. They were intended to replace the need to carry around quantities of precious metals which could easily be lost or stolen. Well, that's the same replication of a coin. It's all a piece of precious metal, so it's the same thing, really.
Yeah, well, coins are big and heavy and difficult to carry, where pieces of paper are a lot easier to roll up.
Yeah, they fall out the holes in your pockets, don't they? Coins do. Marco Polo would write about his observation of this innovation on his return to Europe, but it wouldn't become common in Europe until the late 1600s. Okay. Big time gap between the two. When was Marco Polo? About that, around 1500s, was it then? Because it said late
1200 something.
1200 something.
No,
Wow.
he was 13th century.
Okay. The hourglass was a great way of keeping time.
Yes,
These are big pictures. These are big pictures. They probably look better at full screen. Like I can only show it like that.
As long as you've got somebody who can keep turning the damn thing over.
The hourglass first appeared in Europe in the 8th century AD, but seems it should have to have become common around the 14th century as well. Okay. They would quickly replace older means of timekeeping, such like sundials, and were especially useful on long voyages by sea.
Okay. Yeah, well, at sea they were the only thing that worked. So.
Yeah.
Up until what's his name? Harrison built his watch.
Yes.
Related something. Don't know what that means. By the 15th century, there were common sights on ships in churches and in industries. They were the first dependable, reusable, and fairly accurate means of measuring time, and would only be succeeded by the invention of the mechanical clock. Like you said, Alan, yeah, somebody'd have to actually be sitting there watching it.
Yeah, usually a boy.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think on ships they had different sized ones as well. So that you had ones that could tell longer time.
Okay.
Just to make sure you didn't get any error induced by turning the quarter-hour clock over.
Yes.
Gunpowder changed the world?
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
Franciscan friar Roger Bacon was the first European to describe in the 13th century in detail the process for making gunpowder. Even though gunpowder was invented by the Chinese or someone before that. Of course, today it is common knowledge that gunpowder was in widespread use in China, yes, from the 19th century, and Roger likely got his formula from the Chinese. I'd say he did.
Yeah.
I'd say he got it from them. Many believe it was introduced to Europe by the Mongols, but this is hotly debated, I suppose. I don't know. I haven't been debating it. However, it occurred warfare and the world at large would change forever. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, somebody's put the comma in the wrong place.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to read.
It should be, however it occurred, comma, warfare and the world at large would be changed forever.
Yeah, so it's not my reading. It's the printing. You can blame the print.
It's the punctuation is all over the place.
You do usually put a comma after, however, but in that case you wouldn't.
No, you wouldn't.
Or at least you still need the comma after the further down.
Yeah.
No, that screw it up as well.
Yeah. The blast furnace first appeared in Switzerland and Germany. Okay. I suppose
like
this
the Bessemer?
I think this is CGI or artist impression.
That's a model.
Yeah, it's even a model even.
Yeah, that is a physical model.
Wow.
I would say so.
Yeah.
I wish I could get it.
No, that's a physical model, and that's a picture or a painting behind it.
Can I make it?
If you look at the model of the people,
yeah,
they're typical model poses.
Does that help you out a bit better full screen? If I go smaller? Oh, that's too small.
Oh, no, it's too much.
Yeah, that's as
Leave it
small.
on
That's
90.
as small as I can go. That's cool. You wouldn't know what it was. Just a building. Okay. Blast furnaces may have their origins. There's too many words in here that don't need to be in sentences. Blast furnaces may have their origins as early as the 1st century AD in China, but first appeared in Europe in the 1200s. These early blast furnaces were very inefficient by modern standards. Well, emphasis on the blast. How were they getting the blasting part into it to make it a furnace? Like, the size of the bellows or whatever to blast the air into it.
If you look at that model, if you scroll up and look at that model, the first tower on the right isn't the furnace. The furnace is next to it.
Yeah, yeah.
And then that lower building, that will be where you've got bellows and things. All the action's happening at the bottom of that tower.
Well, there's a chimney over here in a building as well, so they're doing something over in there.
Yeah, but I bet that the left-hand tower is the one that's doing all the work.
I reckon that's the bellows. I reckon that's the bellows in here.
Yeah, quite often in the early times, they actually use either water wheels or other forms of energy to do the bellows work.
Yeah. Where would that be? There's nothing there like that.
Or horses or something like that.
I noticed that looks like a very big pool of water there at the in front of the
loading
tower as well.
Yeah, that could be water there.
Now I don't know if that's probably for the boat carrying the iron ore to pull into so that they can unload the damn thing.
Probably.
Because
Yeah,
you
there's
don't want to have to. Because there's one in there as well.
there's one over here too. Okay. Blast furnaces. Oh, did we read this one? Blast furnaces have their origins early 1st century AD in China, but first appeared in Europe in the 1200s. These early blast furnaces were very inefficient by modern standards. Okay. The oldest European examples were built in Durstel and Lafitte.
Probably.
Probably. I was waiting for you to correct me or say it for me, but you're letting me stumble.
I'm not up on my Swiss.
No, either am I. But I had a go.
They speak German. They speak German. They speak German, French, and Italian.
Yeah.
And sometimes a bit of a bastardized version of each together.
In Switzerland and Sauerland in Germany.
Sauerland, yeah.
I'm not going to say it with a German accent. There is also some tentative evidence of earlier ones in. Oh shit! Let me try to work it out. Jan Bois, Sweden. That dated to around 1100 AD. Dear idea. Liquor was a medieval thing. Oh, here we go.
Cheers, mine's a double.
There we go.
It's late enough in the day now, I think.
I've got no idea what they have labels on them. I can't even read them. What any of them are. Nothing looks familiar to me.
No, it's because you're looking at, they're all showing the wrong side of the bloody label.
Are they? Oh, they're showing the back side of the labels.
They're all showing the back side. That's not good.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Okay. Distillation for producing liquors appeared to have its origins in the Mongolian still that first appears in the 7th century AD. These still use freeze distillation whereby the liquid was frozen and water crystals were removed. Okay, that's interesting. Whether this was used to produce alcohol is not clear. Okay. The still, as we know it today, may have first appeared in the 8th or 9th century Iraq, where an Arab alchemist, Hindi, used it to produce alcohol. This is, however, hotly debated. Oh, what do they write it for then if it's debated? Geez, where should you get your resources from? Flat Earther didn't write this, did they? It would later spread to Europe, namely Italy, and was first described by the school of Salerno in the 12th century. Most historians, my eyes are going, farmer. Most historians believe that true alcohol-producing stills appear to have first appeared in Europe in the 13th century. Oh, it's just the grammar it bloody throws me off sometimes.
It's not a very well written piece, is it?
Can somebody else do some reading for a
Yeah,
while?
I'll read you all about the wheelbarrow.
Okay. I can read the wheelbarrow was invented in the Middle Ages. That's pretty easy to read.
Good.
Okay. So a wheelbarrow's got a wheel on the front and 2 handles at the back.
Yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it? That's a wheelbarrow.
That's it. That's all the wheelbarrow is. But
it's very unhappy-looking children by the looks of it.
But the weight distribution of a wheelbarrow for the development of how they made it more overhang than on that angle, that's when I'd like to know about when they changed that.
It's when the Chinese changed it so that the wheel was in line with the weight.
Yeah. Chinese did that, did they?
Yeah.
Right, here we go then. The wheelbarrow, believe it or not, was only invented in the Middle Ages, although there may have been similar devices in China and ancient Greece. The first definitive reference to them appears in 12th century Europe. They would quickly prove their worth, but didn't appear to be an immediate success. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
By the 15th century, however, they became commonplace for everything from mining to construction and gardening. Don't forget the garden. Not that I've got one. I don't need a wheelbarrow. I've got a bucket.
I got a good wheelbarrow. It's got the straight handles,
Yeah,
not those bendy handles crap ones.
Oh, the
The
bendy
cheap,
handle
the
ones, yeah.
$20 ones. Nah, they're really crap. Those things.
I don't need a wheelbarrow or a sack barrow.
Oh, now we've got something interesting.
Ah, the flying buttress.
Is an iconic middle-aged in development.
Oh yes.
I can't show you this all in one shot.
That is what Notre Dame is famous for. That had lots and lots of flying buttresses. Yes.
Is that a measurement or
So
something?
did
there with
most
that
of
guy
them,
there?
really. Yeah,
I can't read it if there is.
No, it's
but
a bit
that's
blurry.
giving you scale for the whole damn
Yeah.
thing, just to so that you see just how big it is.
That's pretty big.
And that only went, yeah, and they didn't go all the way up the side of the building.
No.
They were just there to stop the bottom exploding outwards. So that you could effectively have wider, thick walls, but without the need to have all the infill.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all to do with sharing and spreading the load.
Which is the most iconic building that's got them on it? Is that the one over
I
England
would have said it was Notre Dame.
Okay.
But
of course,
most
not.
of the cathedrals of that period had them.
Yes. Oh yeah.
And
yeah.
even a lot. I mean, even a lot of churches.
John.
Could you not?
Which John?
You, John.
You,
John.
If you're going to cough your guts up, go on, you.
Yeah. You're having a sneeze or a fart attack or something. Mute yourself next time.
Sorry.
That comes across so well in the old headphones, I'll tell you.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Where were we?
Flying buttresses. Do you want me to do flying buttresses?
Yeah, I'll show you flying buttress.
Oh, okay. Hey, right. Flying buttresses, here we go, are an iconic architectural feature of the Middle Ages. They first appeared in Gothic churches from the 12th century onwards, and they're still awe-inspiring in modern times. This is true. These architectural features suddenly allowed for buildings to be built much taller than previously thought possible, allowing for higher ceilings, thinner walls, and much bigger windows. This is because these forms of buttress provided a much increased supporting power when compared to more traditional forms. Without this medieval invention, architectural forms that followed it would look very different indeed. Yet basically what they're doing is that if you didn't have that flying buttress and the wall that's underneath it, you'd just have one very big, very thick wall. And you couldn't put big windows in it because you'd be taking away an important part of the structure. And they realized that they could transfer the load off that wall to another wall next to it via the flying buttress. So what you're doing, you're using the buttress to transfer some of the forces away from the initial wall and spread it to another one. So instead of having one big thick wall, you now have two thinner walls that you can put bigger windows in and all the rest of it.
But how's this
It
for...
it was quite an important sort of structural discovery, I suppose, when they realised they could do it.
But do you
And
think...
one of the tricks is they kind of work. They don't just put them sticking at. Although they appear to just stick out the side, they're also interrelated lengthways as well.
Yes.
To make it so it's actually a three-dimensional. You've got it sticks out from the sidewall, but it also runs the whole length. That's how they get the being able to put the windows in, because the arches you see as the flying buttress comes out are mirrored in the arches you see going along the length of the wall, or the length of the cloister, because you don't have to fill in. When you put windows in, you don't even necessarily need to fill everything in with masonry.
Oh yes, the Elmix has pointed out. Yes, Cologne Cathedral. That's another prime example. And that was deliberately not bombed by the RAF.
Hmm.
They took great care not to bomb the cathedral.
What?
They knocked 7 Shades out of the rest of Cologne, but not the cathedral.
But it'd be interesting in to know how they figured it out that it needed the buttresses, whether they built something or they figured it out beforehand by knowing stresses and loads. Because you know how through history where things get built that didn't work, well, they'll build it again. But then a point in time must have started happening where science was there with the math to go, okay, we'll work this out first before we build it, and then go, okay, no, it won't work, so we'll have to do it like this. That's
Yeah,
I'd like to know that sort of stuff one day. Figure out that.
Yeah. I suspect it was probably a combination of somebody said, "Hang on, I've got an idea, lads," and then there could well have been quite a
Well, you know who,
trial and error.
You know who it was, don't you? You know who it is. It's all a Masonic conspiracy,
isn't
it? It's the original Masonic conspiracy.
The Masons, yeah. Okay.
Oh, and yes, the Elmigs, yes, granted, Cologne Cathedral did get hit, but they were trying damn hard. They had instructions not to.
What was that? Kubrick said my
we have to
hometown
remember
wasn't so
just
lucky.
how bad RAF bombing was.
Oh, that's a
Well,
shame.
Yeah, but when you're dropping bombs from 25,000 feet, particularly when they didn't have all the advantages that today's Air
they
Forces
just did
do,
it. They just did anything, hit and miss.
Well, there's a reason they call it carpet bombing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, even so,
I know in the first half, up until basically 43, about 80% of the bombs that were dropped were not dropped within 5 miles of the intended target.
Correct.
Okay, we're getting a bit off topic now with the.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Unless it had something to do with the buttress. You could have just thrown the word
coming!
Well,
it's only because we were using Cologne Cathedral as an example.
Yeah.
But that is the reason Cologne Cathedral is still there, because if they hadn't said that, it would have got flattened along with everything else.
Yeah.
And that would have been a great pity.
That would have been it, yeah.
Yeah, but yes, Elmix, it was used as a landmark. I mean, they did, when you're flying at that sort of height, you want fairly big, clear landmarks to use as waypoints in your navigation. And Cologne Cathedral was a very good sort of, right, we're there. Okay, I know where we are now. Boom, bomb 3 miles northeast of the cathedral, etc., etc. Yeah.
But who knows of what architectural features and buildings were bombed that much that they weren't distinguishable anymore, and that didn't have a record of them. That's another point that I'd reckon would be interesting.
I think pretty much anything that did get wiped out in the Second World War, we did have records of.
Okay.
I mean, Monte Cassino, the monastery at Monte Cassino. I mean, that's been completely rebuilt, but we wiped that out. I mean, we flattened it in one air raid. Because we thought the Germans were using it as an outpost and a lookout post and got stores there. So they just said, right, bomb it, flatten it.
Yeah, Dresden.
And we turned it into a big pile of rubble. That's all been rebuilt.
Wasn't Dresden flattened? The whole town?
In all actuality, most major German towns and cities were either flattened or very nearly, yes.
Yeah. I know a lot of people hold up Dresden as pointless bombing. But one has to remember that this was end of February 1945 or very, very early March of 45, and it was a main rail interchange, rail yards. And remember, at this point, the Allies hadn't crossed the Rhine. We weren't in Germany. We were contemplating the war going on for another 12 months, possibly. So, yeah, us carpet bombing the
yes,
city.
Pip, it is hard to keep it on topic.
Unfortunately, the rail yards were right in the city centre.
Yeah.
Were there any buttresses?
There might well have been, yeah.
Probably,
I'm not
because
sure.
Dresden was a very old city with a lot of.
I'm just keeping it on topic because Pip's
architecture.
complaining out there.
But a lot of these German cities had lots and lots of old architecture. You know, they'd never suffered anything like this before. So, yeah, I'm sure we did wipe out an awful lot of very interesting architecture.
And that's why France gave up, because they didn't want their town bombed.
They didn't want Paris to get flattened. Yeah.
Yeah, and no, it wasn't in retaliation for Coventry.
John, how am I going to press play when I've got a video?
Anyway, let's have the next one.
Yeah, we're up to the next one.
I don't think we'll have this problem with the spinning wheel.
No. Yeah.
Ah, it's that thing.
That's the picture I put up as my thumbnail.
Look at this.
I couldn't work it out what it was when I first seen it, but when I looked into it, it's a spinning wheel of some sort.
It was a rope maker, wasn't it?
A what?
A rope maker.
I don't know. I didn't read into it. I just found out it was a spinning wheel from India.
What Colin suggested in the first when you first put it up, and I agreed with it. It's a rope maker.
Oh, okay.
That's how you make ropes.
That's irrelevant what it made. It's what it did. It's how it worked and all that. Whether it made rope or whatever. Yeah, rope's a separate subject. How that's made. Was going to watch this video the other day. It came up on me recommended. How it's made, and I keep getting different ones of everything, like how the spark plug's made, how something else is made, and I seen one that said, how rope's made. Oh, okay. Oh shit! I forgot to press watch later.
There's a whole TV series on that keeps getting shown on one of the digital channels over here late at night. How do they, whatever it is, and some of them are fascinating because they show you how they make just about anything and everything. And some of them are quite interesting.
You know how you get rope and you splice it and you loop it back on itself and you make a loop on one end, and then you weave it back in on itself.
Back splice it.
Yeah.
I'm not here.
No, I'm not here either.
Interesting story.
Yeah, I've got a few examples of that out in my shed where I've done that to ropes. It was a good trick to learn. That one. I learnt that at the steelworks because they used to do it with steel sling, and I had to do it on steel sling, which was harder.
Yeah, intertwined with fabric and steel, so it's stretched the steel, especially with cranes. We've got it's not solid steel, but there's a fabric in with it, so it stretches with the steel as well, and has a spring with it. If it's a solid steel, it would snap, but it's got fibre intertwined with the steel, would stretch and flex with it.
Yeah, well, the sling we used to use never had any rope in it. It was just the steel sling.
Yeah,
that's all it was.
Yeah, that might be pulling steel, but with crane steel, there's Kevlar or anything like that. It flexes with the steel, so it doesn't. Sure.
Well, how old is this technology that you know of this?
Well, there's hemp rope was pretty much invented with. I think it's in Asia and India.
No, you're talking about this. No, you were talking about this steel sling that had incorporated material into the sling.
That's been around since the 1920s.
Quite a lot of your steel slings. One of the reasons why they'll have a rope core is they'll use the rope core to hold oil, so that when the steel wire rope's used as a sling, it will lubricate the steel,
Wow.
or the actual steel rope. So, like John was saying, as the sling's used, it becomes a self-lubricating device.
Well, the ones I've got that I made, the steel ones as well, they didn't have any. I'm sure they got nothing in the middle of them.
Yeah.
I'd have to go and have another look at them
Yeah,
because I did them back in
that's-
the late 70s.
Yeah.
Late 70s, like early 80s, or late 70s when I made them.
If you're lifting big loads, you need something to stretch with it and to sort of give with it instead of that steel sort of stretching it. That steel has a breaking point.
Yeah, yeah.
But if a fabric with it, it sort of binds with it. It gives it that extra spring.
Maybe it's the size of the slings I've got might not have needed that, because the
Yeah.
diameter of the stuff I've got is probably 20 mil or less, roughly something like that.
Yeah.
Has yours got a load lifting tag on it, Terry?
No.
Yeah.
So that's the other reason why yours won't have the rope.
Yeah,
in
it
the
was
middle.
it was made in the steelworks.
Yeah, so it won't be certified.
That's good enough.
It's got a lot to do with spinning wheels, eh?
Hey, what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened.
We're talking a lot about spinning wheels, aren't we?
Yes, I know. Somebody got sidetracked again.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I don't know how. Yeah, well, that's. Well, I can honestly say that I did give the hint that we're not talking about ropes as such. So that's where that rabbit hole went down. That's easy to do. That's why I gave the hint. We're not talking about ropes. We're talking about the machine itself. Okay. You still going, Farmer?
Yeah. Right. Spinning wheels appear to have their origin in India sometime between the 5th and 10th century AD. They would eventually reach Europe later in the Middle Ages, thanks to the Silk Road. That'd wear out quick. They would quickly replace the more traditional method of hand spinning and were a prerequisite to the later innovations made during the Industrial Revolution, like the spinning jenny and the spinning frame. The spinning wheel can, therefore, be argued to have helped lay the foundations for the modern world, as unlikely as that may seem at first. Oh, I don't know.
Who's spinning?
Yeah,
Jenny?
I mean, if that had kick-started all of that, where would it be for clothing and such like?
I'm going to have to Google spinning Jenny and see what that looks like.
That's the more traditional image of the spinning wheel, isn't it? I think.
Well, I thought that was a spinning wheel, but they got a spinning frame. So
is that more like a top type?
I'll have to Google that.
So
Yeah, Google spinning Jenny and see what that picture comes up. We've only got that picture, and that one's from India. That one.
Oh, that's the big frame. That's more like a loom than anything.
Yeah,
it's more like a loom.
It is.
It's got heaps of different.
No, what it is that big wheel there with the spokes, that's two-sided. It's got cross strings between those two sides, and it's got like a belt. Can you see that long strip that goes towards the front there? That's a belt that wraps around that big wheel, and it goes to a spindle, which you have at the front there, and it makes the spindle spin faster than the big wheel. All right, it's just a gearing mechanism.
Oh.
And you pass the thread to be spun through that small spindle at the front. That's how it works. So that big thing at the back with all the sticks is just basically a big pulley.
Right.
Wow. No, that's not snacks, John. That was me rolling a smoke. Sorry. Are we gonna hover around the spinning Jenny for a sec? Does anyone got that? Nothing.
Let me have a look. Let's find a decent picture. Oh.
Because we might have other different spinning devices that. Because we've got spinning frame and spinning Jenny. Like we know the spinning wheel is basically the way they looked, with just like a normal wheel looking thing.
The main fabric they used to use was hemp.
Yeah, but we're not talking
back
about
in
what
the
they made.
80s.
Yeah, but we're not talking about what they made, John.
Uh,
We're talking about the
sorry.
mechanism itself.
Right.
Okay. Spinning Jenny's a much larger machine. It's a bigger industrial type of machine.
Wow.
Yeah. Lots and lots of spindles. So you're not just sort of spinning out one line at a time. You're spinning out multiple threads onto multiple spindles. Which I suppose is why it's linked to a spinning frame, because that's what it was. You had a frame with lots of spindles.
Mm. And then when it started to get to more the industrial scale of what you could make, the bigger the machine. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got Discord open, Terry?
Have I got Discord open, Terry? Yes.
Random picks.
Random picks. Yeah, I'm in there now.
There we go.
There you go.
Picture there. Okay. I'll throw that up.
That's a Jenny.
So you can see the multiple looms with the one wheel turning the whole lot all at once, so that there's multiple bobbins being wound with the thread all at once.
Oh, down in here, yeah. Wow.
Now you imagine that on a bigger scale, and it's now being turned off a shaft that's being turned by a water wheel, and then eventually a steam engine.
Yeah.
And bingo, you've got a whole industry. You know.
Yeah. You see how it's driven? Like, is it?
Yes,
with
that wheel.
With that wheel.
Yeah,
it's a crank handle on the
is
wheel.
Is that your handle there? Are you cranking it there by hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hand cranked machine.
There's more coming. There's more coming. It's all right.
Shit.
I'm just trying to choose. the best, the best of them for you.
Yeah, this one's cool. That one.
And then this one's even bigger.
Bigger.
Oh, he's using the technical terms now.
Oh, bigger.
Yeah, this one's bigger. It's.
Oh no, it's not. It's smaller.
It's a smaller picture, but it's. Hang on, Terry. I'm bringing the real big one last.
Okay. Don't worry, I made it bigger. I rubbed it a bit and made it bigger.
Here comes the even bigger one.
So he's got
much
a big
more
wheel
bigger.
Wow, I can't see the other side of this. So going
it's
by the way
quite
it's
large.
made, I'd say that's halfway there. So that one's quite big. Yeah, but what era you're looking at? Don't be too modern here with these pictures, because some of these look like they might be getting into
although they're modern pictures, they're still built off the traditional way.
Yeah.
So
I'll go with the older pictures. They're the more better ones. They're the betterer ones.
Betterer ones.
Yeah, the betterer ones are the older ones. I don't like the modern ones.
All right, so here's a. Yeah, they came in various shapes and sizes, obviously.
Yeah, I can tell what a modern one looks like. It's the older ones that pique my interest more.
Yeah,
the older the better. Because we're getting into industrial sizes now. That size.
So that's a
Oh, that's more my
a
size.
newer picture of an old one.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. That's more my size. That's like more of an advanced one of that one. Oh, how'd that get smaller?
We should zoomed in. There we go.
Yeah, I zoomed in on the other one. Yeah.
Oh, here
That's
we
like
go.
that one, but more advanced.
Here's a. I'm just trying to try. I'll try and make this bigger first before I copy and paste this one. It's a bit small.
Yeah. It's just the invention of something technical and mechanical like this back in the 15th,
So I know
16th centuries. Wow.
I know this one's a bit small, Terry, but it's actually got labels on it.
Oh, okay. Oh shit.
I'm sorry.
I'll have to make it. Throw some cold water or ice on it. There we go.
Did I make it too big?
No, I've got it. No, I had it zoomed in.
All right.
I've got the sheaves down here. Spindles there. Anyone know what the sheaves and spindles do? I've got a rough idea. They're to do with they do the weaving part of the material in individual threads to cross them and weave them through. That's all that basically is in that area. Oh, these words are weird. No, creel with rovings or something. Bore-driven roller, okay. And then hand wheel. There you go. Interesting to know if any of these words followed on into the future modern era for the weaving machines. Any of these words?
Well,
that'd be interesting.
Some of them are still used in even like the spinning wheel that a lot of people still use today, Terry, in their homes. Like as in like the traditional spinning wheel that you see.
Yeah. Interesting. Thanks for that, Peter.
No, it's all right.
So everyone know about spinning wheels they didn't know before? Or enough? Or taste?
Yeah.
A taste of more information maybe in the future.
Yeah, it's a good aperitif.
Yeah, I like mechanical things like that. That's why the ancient technologies, some of the things are just like, how did they invent that back then compared to today, what something is? And you go, well, it had its origin somewhere to what it is. Like even something as basic as a pair of scissors or whatever. Okay, what are we up to? The tidal mill first appeared in Ireland. Oh, interesting. A tidal mill. What have the tides got anything to do with it? Oh, the winds called the tides, don't they? The winds, like strong wind.
No, it's magnetism. It's a magnetic flux in the water or some such thing. It's got nothing to do with the moon whatsoever. Because the moon's just a light in the sky.
Oh, that's a self-luminary in the sky. The moon, yeah. Okay.
That's it. Yeah. Right then, where are we? Water and windmills have been known to be employed since antiquity, but tidal mills seem to be an exclusively medieval innovation. Recent studies have found the earliest examples of these mills date from the 6th century AD in Ireland, but they may have been utilised in Roman London. But this is just a guess that I pulled out.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's what I hate that when they do that. They get you all excited about some information, and then right at the end they go, "Oh, but this is hotly debated," or "this is."
It was definitely this.
Oh, jeez.
But it might be that.
That's not
Love
helpful.
it. No, it's not helpful at all. Some still exist today from the period, including the vertical wheeled mill located near Kiloterin, some, I don't know.
Is that
near
over in Ireland?
Waterford,
in
Ireland.
Where's Casual when you need him to ask him? Can you go and take a
he'd know what
photo
it was.
for us? Casual,
They
you
are
busy?
even mentioned even mentioned in the famous Doomsday Book of 1086. Now,
Really?
presumably, these work just on the movement of the tides, and the tide coming in and the tide going out would turn the wheel. So,
Well, that's the only picture I
you
got.
kind of
sorry.
think that limits the time of day that you can actually, do anything.
But it looks like a water wheel if that's
Well, it is a water wheel, but it's relying. You imagine if the tide's going in and the tide's going out, there's a very definite movement of the water, and it's going to turn the wheel. But
So there's a lock down here in Victoria, Terry. It's called. No, it will come to me later. But essentially, it it feeds a mudflat and mangrove type area, and the water can freely flow. The water can freely flow into the mudlands and marshes area, but when it goes from high tide to low tide, they've got gates that automatically hold the water back, and they do a similar thing, but it's not so much old age like this. It's a more traditional water wheel, as in that you use for irrigation, that drives a generator for, and I believe it sends back the information about the tides and stuff like that. So it's just a convenient way to keep the batteries charged.
Oh, we got a correction in the Peanut Gallery. Stewie said, "Was it not the Domesday Book?"
Domesday Book.
Okay, okay, Stewie.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. You think you got something right, then somebody comes along and corrects.
Yeah.
But I think
That
half-
would be naughty, mate.
I think half the problem is it says, tidal mills, but it doesn't actually give you any explanation of how they work.
Yeah, well,
So I think Sabre Legal has given
basically they have to be basically built on a tidal inlet, like a river or a canal or something that's connected to the ocean. And as the tide comes in, the water flows upstream in the river.
Yeah.
And as the tide goes out, the water flows back out to the ocean.
Yes.
So those are the times. It kind of limits both the time that you can use them and the locations that you can build them too.
Yeah.
It does. Oh, we'll get Casual to go and do some homework for us. Where is it? That's the colour near Waterford Ear. So we'll have to find out where that is for him. We'll copy and paste that somewhere. Okay, what are we up to now? We haven't got many to go. It was only 18 of them, wasn't there?
I can't remember.
I think it was 18. We're up to 14. Yeah, 18.
18.
Yeah,
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're up to 14.
Moving along, little doggy.
Okay. Pintle?
Don't die on us, John.
Yeah, John, you don't seem good over there, mate.
Well, you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, of course we can hear you.
Yeah.
I'm a shut.
Yeah. Just put those lungs back in, John.
He's watching them on the desk in front of him. He's like, oh, they don't look good.
No, Miro, it's not the whole panel. It's only one person. I'll mute your ass, John, if you keep it up.
I thought I had myself on mute again.
You know what Thought did? I told you what Thought did. Thought his ass was sticking out of bed, so he got out and tucked it in. Okay. Pintle and Gudgeon's stern-mounted rudders shrank the world.
Did they?
Hey? How'd they do that?
No, I don't know. Hopefully they'll tell us.
Pintle and Gudgeon stern.
They washed it in hot water and then put it in the dryer.
Ah.
Oh, did they?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
It's got some cannons sticking out its arse here. That one. Is anyone coming up behind it?
Oh yeah, you don't
jumpers.
You don't want anybody sneaking up behind you. You know.
No. I like those old war movies with these ships with when they're shooting the cannons and they're blowing. I think more modern movies depict it better. And you see the shrapnel of the masters. It hits the ball, hits it, and it flies off the bits and pieces. And very, very yeah.
They were actually certainly the big sort of men of war, the big battleships. They were very difficult to sink. In fact, you could more often than not you didn't actually sink them. You just took them out of the fight.
Mm.
And you know what those guns were known as sticking out the back there, don't you?
Arse guns.
Stern chasers.
Yeah.
Well, that's the arse of the ships, the stern.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Irish Stu. They would be go faster cannons because technically you could make the ship go a little faster.
Yeah.
Like thrust from the back.
Yeah, thrust from the back, yeah.
You'd have to be firing a lot of cannons.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, let's face it, the laws of physics was the same then as they is now, and throwing heavy shit backwards out of the boat will make it go quicker.
Yeah,
doing it fairly quickly.
Yeah, but how would you gauge the mile per hour, like 10, 20 knots or whatever each time? You know, you for fight. Depends how quick you load them.
You throw a bit of rope over the back with a bit of stick on it so it floats, and you count how fast it pulls the rope out through your hands.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when they shoot the cannons out to say when they want to go faster. So they got to load quicker.
Fox has the perfect answer. Surprise butt sex. I can't remember which conversation that was in.
Okay.
Right.
Now, a flat earther would suggest that you tie the cannonballs onto ropes so that you can pull them back in and fire them again.
Okay.
Yeah, that's use hockey straps and it'll be a repeater then, self-loading.
Yeah, self-loading.
I like Sabre Legal's description of a go faster cannon as a vicar on methamphetamine. Yep, that's definitely a go faster cannon. Oh dear. So anyway, what's
the topic?
Gudgeon and
Pintle and Gudgeon stern-mounted rudders shrank the world. Okay.
Right. Is it actually going to tell us what it is? No, it's
I don't know.
Pintle and Gudgeon stern-mounted rudders were a major innovation during the Middle Ages. God, this is awful.
Oh, I know.
Prior to their existence, boats and large ships were manoeuvred using simple oars or simple quarter rudders. They would prove to be very successful and were used right up to the end of the Middle Ages. They first began to appear in images around the 12th century. Despite this, they came into their own when fully rigged ships became commonplace in the 14th century and were a prerequisite for the forthcoming age of discovery. Suddenly, Europeans had a useful tool for navigating the oceans of the world. Yes, a rudder.
A rudder.
So I suppose, that is a vast improvement on sort of just sticking an oar out the back and trying to steer your ship that way, when you've got a properly hinged and movable rudder that was generally guided by a bit of rope and some gearing and pulleys. And
you wouldn't think that one would be big enough to turn a ship that size, that rudder they've got on there. Thought it'd be a little bit bigger. You'd think it would be bigger, like.
Yeah, but I don't think the ship itself is actually that big.
No, they weren't. The ships, the early ships of that period were tiny.
Yeah, they were dumpy little things, weren't they?
If you see a reconstruction of something like the Santa Maria that old what's his face went to the Caribbean in, I wouldn't want to cross the English Channel. I wouldn't want to go from Dover to Calais in it. No. It's that tiny.
I'd rather use Clarkson's Hilux. Be more fun anyway. But they were very short, dumpy ships. They really. I think when people think of old-fashioned ships like this, they're thinking of the sort of stuff that Nelson was using in the Battle of Trafalgar. You know, good old Victory and everything else. No, they weren't anything like that. Nowhere near that size. Nowhere near that length. You know, they were dumpy
Yeah.
little things. in
And then you go
comparison.
and see Victory, and you realise, bloody hell, Victory's not very big either.
No, not compared to what we're used to today, but it's, you know, it's still a fair size, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Couple
But you
of
park
images in
But you
couple of
park a
images in random pics
Yeah.
for you, Terry.
Yep, I hear you.
you park a destroyer next to her, and you suddenly think, hang on, that used to be like a really big.
Yeah, it's a ship of the line.
'Cause-
I mean, that was a
yeah,
major
that was like a
battleship.
battleship, the biggest ships we had.
Yeah,
and it's like about the size of a modern destroyer.
What's those other things you're showing the pictures of?
So they're pintles and gudgeons for
Okay.
That's
for your
that's the hinges.
Okay.
that's the hinges for the rudder. It's
What's
what
the
they're
first
called.
picture you showed down view of?
So the first one, oh no, that was Boggs.
Oh, okay.
So that's what they're actually talking about. That gate hinge type setup that they have, so that they could form a rudder, so that they could steer the ships easier.
So there you go. You can see the part that would have held the rudder, and the part that was bolted to the ship.
Yeah, if he goes down to the last picture, you can actually see them on the on a rudder itself.
Oh yeah.
And it obviously just needs to be bolted to the vessel.
Nice workmanship.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Peter.
That's all right.
You're out doing yourself tonight. I might have to buy you a new dress for your birthday.
Just double my pay, Terry. You'll be right.
Okay, I'll give you 3 times the amount I'm paying you now.
Oh, I'm rich.
What? So you've gone from bugger all to
5 times bugger all.
Oh, still bugger all. What's 5 divided by 0?
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Yeah, go and get Riley to help you work it out.
Well,
if you need some extra fingers, borrow mine.
Yeah.
No, well, it's all right. I'm sure Riley will take you to court if you don't pay me anyway.
Oh, okay then. Shit, I better watch out then. I know what he's like. I know what his lawyer skills are like.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be worried now. Okay. Eyeglasses made everything clear. Oh. Wasn't there a conversation that I would have loved to have had with a certain person that somebody did bring up to me about glasses, how how refraction is involved in glasses for you to see, and somebody doesn't believe in refraction. So in other words, I'm looking through. So every time I put my glasses on, I'll call them the ether something. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The ether projectors.
Oh, it's our old mate again. Right. Roger Bacon made the first definitive reference to eyeglasses in the 13th century. They appear to have first been developed in Italy by one Alessandro de Spina of Florence. There you go. This is supported in a sermon given by a Dominican friar called Giordano da Pisa in the late 13th century. He wrote, "It is not yet 20 years since there was found the art of making eyeglasses which make for good vision." Don't miss a trick. This invention would significantly improve the quality of life for the visually impaired to this day, as the writer will attest, and the guy trying to read it with
Yeah.
very focal glasses.
Roger
Yes,
Bacon, didn't we say Roger Bacon somewhere else?
He did, yes. He cropped up somewhere before, and I can't remember what it was now, but he cropped up in one of these other...
Gunpowder.
Ah, sit gunpowder. Yes, thank you, Alan. He can remember. That's
There
the
we
second
go.
time I seen mention. Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
Roger Bacon.
Gee, he gets around, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And I wonder where that other monk come from. Was it Giordano?
Ah, this one. Yeah,
I wonder where I wonder where the Dominican Giordano come from.
I've said Pisa, so it might be that might be where he's from.
Oh, I think it probably is.
Yeah.
Probably from the Republic of Dominica.
But yes,
Okay.
yes. As somebody is blissfully ignorant of, spectacles rely on refracting light to work.
Yep.
Oh, but our eyes are perfect. We, blah blah
Wish
blah.
mine were.
Oh yeah, I know.
I wouldn't have to wear these bloody expensive glasses.
Yeah, but do you have
That's why
to?
we had to.
Do you have them on your driver's license, Farmer?
What? I need glasses.
Yeah.
Don't think so. Don't think it's mentioned on driving licenses over here.
It's not, but the police can do the old vision test at the side of the road, so you better have your corrective specs with you if you need.
Well, I mean, quite apart from the fact that without my glasses, I am as blind as a bat, and the best I can do is read my Kindle whilst lying in bed. That's all that I can do without my glasses on. So I'm not exactly going to be driving my car without my glasses on because, oh no, that's a scary thought. Let's see a bloody thing.
Yeah, well, up until about 10 years ago now, I went for my license, and all these years since I first got my license back when I was 15, 16, I had glasses on it all the time. Where's the picture of me with the glasses on? Yeah, wear spectacles on your license. And then about, I'm just guessing 10 years ago, I walked in to do my license, and she goes to read the eye chart, and I said, "Do I with me glasses on or off?" And she goes, "What? Can you read it with them off?" And I go, "Well, I don't know. No one's ever asked me to actually, because I thought it's the first time I actually asked. I never asked before in my life about that. I just walked in with me glasses on, read the right eye chart with me glasses, and it was written down on my license. So this time I just happened to ask, with me glasses on or off?" And she goes, "Well, can you read it with them off?" And I said, "Well, no one's ever actually asked me that all these years." So I took them off, read the eye chart down, right down to well past the specs of what you need to be able to read it to get your license. And she goes, "Oh, okay, then you don't need to have your glasses written on your license then." I thought, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Spec-saver for me. Boggs. You watch those Spec-saver ads over here, Peter? Have you seen any of those?
Yeah, there's a few. I've dropped a few pictures in Discord for you, Terry.
Okay. Scrolling. Open. Oh, they're a trendy set. Another pair. Open. Nope. Ah, bugger. Open. There you go. And any more?
Two more down lower.
Boggs interrupted with a boat.
That's all right.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those before. They're handy for the light, the bright light for Eskimos, so they could see. Okay. Oh, it even comes with a glass case.
Yeah, the last one's pretty cool.
Yeah, they must have went to Specsavers, these guys, because they got a free glass case with their glasses. Oh, it hasn't got the cloth. They must have lost the cleaning cloth that come with it.
There was. Hang on.
Because you got to have the complimentary cleaning cloth that comes with your glasses and glass case.
Oh yeah.
I noticed that putting the arms to go over the ears thing seems to have been quite a late development in glasses.
Yes. I will get into that part of that. I don't think it's in this
if you
article.
Most of the ones that I put up actually just had a piece of string.
Yeah.
Or they were held in place.
Yep. Yeah, these adjustable ones. Wow. And that goes along with the development of glass as well, don't forget, to how precise they could get glass. Well, even the development of the glass to have a refractive quality in the glass itself. That's a process in itself. That'd be intriguing. How they're able to do that.
Were the first ones actually glass, or
I
because
well, they did.
I know
We had looked at this, Peter. We went through this before because we had crystals that they used for magnifying text on their own, just a piece.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at, Terry. Because I know they at one stage they actually used mica for car windows and stuff like that. I'm just wondering, with that other stuff that we found out about them using crystals for lenses and stuff like that, was the first glasses glass? I don't know.
Okay, that's a further thing we can look into
think,
for that.
I think they probably were glass, because obviously because they came from the world's great centre for making glass. Yeah, they came from. Yeah, they originated in the area where all the glass makers were. So I would think they were. Also, because when you polish glass to get rid, if you don't polish it, it will tend to be domed slightly, won't it? So I'm guessing they probably, polishing the glass. And, oh, look, it's slightly better.
These aren't technically glasses, but they're the first pair of sunglasses.
No, they're sunglasses.
They're sunglasses,
yeah. Filters.
With a very small slit in it, but you can still see.
They would help with vision, Terry, because anytime that you look through a smaller opening like that, you reduce the blurriness. So they would act kind of like glasses, yes.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why squinting works, isn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. So, like you said before, farmers, it appears in Italian during the 13th century. Primitive glass blown lenses were set in a wooden or lathed frames. On occasions, frames were made from animal horn and then held before the face. Or perched on the nose.
Yeah,
mine are titanium and carbon fibre.
Are those ones actually wood? Hard to tell.
Yeah, they're.
I don't know. They don't look like. Wood.
No, the other ones would. I think those ones are actually clay, Terry.
Wow. Yeah, we'll get into the 18th century. Towards the 18th century, I think glasses started to become more modernised with their frames and stuff. I think. Okay. Back to. Oh, I've got too many tabs open here.
Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 8. Oh shit. I'll just leave them open for now.
Keep going. You're almost a genius.
Nearly. So that was eyeglasses. Okay. So these look like the adjustable ones, going by the depiction of the bit he's got there. Yeah.
Looks like he's nailed them to his forehead.
Oh, there's a comment about red dots on the forehead now.
Okay.
It's not touching it.
Okay. What have we got here? Treadmill cranes made building easier. They did too. I have seen replicas of this. And who's the silly bugger that's going to get in there and do it? You are the slave person or the apprentice. Now just run. No, slow down a bit. No, faster. No, slower.
Forward, backwards, 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 forwards, 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 forwards.
Alan.
And of course, they needed those to go with the flying buttress, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Only got a couple to go, Farmer.
Righto, yep, no worries. Right. Treadmill cranes were simple wooden man-powered hoisting and lowering devices developed and widely used throughout the Middle Ages. They can often be seen depicted in images and paintings of the period during the assembly of monolithic buildings like castles and cathedrals. The first definitive reference to one, referred to as the Magna Rote, was in some French literature dating dating to around 1225 AD. They would become commonplace at harbours, mines, and obviously on building sites at the time.
I think an American wrote this because they spelt harbour wrong.
Yes, they did, definitely. This is obviously the forerunner to Level Earth Observer and his crane. The world's not spinning because my crane just sits there and does nothing. A bit like you. Yeah.
Yeah, my ball doesn't move, so the Earth can't be. It just sits there.
Trying to see if that's actually a working model. It's hard to see detail in any of the pulleys and.
I think it probably does.
It looks to be.
Yeah.
But of course, you have to remember that they put the one thing they had to do was they had to put it on top of whatever it was they were building. To lift it up there, they build a bit more and then put it on top again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can do that with tower cranes now.
Yep.
You can adjust the height of them.
Oh, someone's got big balls.
Blimey.
I'm not loading that.
No. How'd you pick that up? Look at the size of it.
Oh, that's what the crane's for, Terry.
Oh, okay. Oh, so we've got to use that to put the ball in the hole. Okay. So what's it? Canon changed warfare forever. Gee, that grammar's good, isn't it? Grammar good titles are. Oh, jeez.
It's a bit poor, isn't it?
Okay.
The earliest cannons.
I was going to say fire, like as in fire, like words. Fire, yeah, okay, whatever.
The earliest cannons may or may not, who knows, who cares, date as far back as 12th century China, with the earliest known depiction being a sculpture from the Dezhou rock carvings in Sichuan, dated around 1128 AD. It's one way to leave a record. The oldest existing original pieces originate from 13th century China, including the famous Wu Wai bronze cannon, 1227 AD, the Heilongjiang hand cannon from 1288 AD, and a Xanadu. Oh, I know.
Xanadu.
The Xanadu gun, courtesy of ELO and what's her face?
Yeah,
Olivia Newton-John. Thank you. From 1298 AD. Yeah, Olivia Newton-John. Oh dear.
Don't forget Gene Kelly. Don't forget Gene Kelly, obviously.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Forget about him. The technology would eventually spread to Europe, with one of the first recorded use of them at the Battle of Crécy by the English against French crossbowmen. This would dramatically change the course of war forever.
Oh, forever and ever.
Forever and ever.
Could you imagine being that crossbowman then? He's standing up there thinking he's king of the heap.
Yep.
Got this wonderful crossbow that means he can shoot twice as fast as any of those silly bloody longbowmen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you hear this boom, and a ball
Boom.
goes flying past your head. You'd be going, oh bugger.
I'm going to need a
I
bigger.
didn't think
I'm
the
going to need a bigger.
crossbowman could shoot.
In the yells out. I'm going to need a bigger bow.
Yeah, I didn't think the crossbowmen could shoot faster or particularly further than the archers.
Not
But
the
I think
crossbow.
the archers had the advantage in rate of fire.
Yeah.
Although, of course, they needed a hell of a lot more training.
I think those early crossbows was more of a case that any muggins could pick them up and somewhat fire them accurately.
Yes, because to
that
be a
was-
longbowman took years of training and practice to get strong enough to use the damn things in the first place.
Well, you've seen the Mongolian horse riding ones where they can ride bareback, I think it is, and have a bow and arrow and shoot at targets while they're riding full gallop.
Oh yeah, but the longbow was a completely
much
different beast.
lower. They're much lower draw weight on those Mongolian.
Yeah, the longbow. I mean, I can't remember the poundage of the draw, but it was quite something. It took you
It gets up well into the 3 digits of pounds.
Yes, yeah. That requires you to be very strong. Yeah, you couldn't just pick up a longbow and fire an arrow at the sort of ranges they could. It was the artillery of the day.
You will know enough if you find the skeleton of an archer of the period. You'll know he was an archer because his skeleton will be deformed.
Yes,
because of the ways you draw and loose the bow.
Sabre's just said there's a guy on Todd's workshop with a 200-pound longbow. Bloody hell. 200-pound draw.
Yeah.
I'll stick with the gun, thank you very much.
Well, yeah, but until about 1850, if you wanted to put the effort into being a longbowman, you would generally have the advantage over a single man with a long rifle, long arm. Even a flintlock. 5 rounds a minute and accurate to 50 meters. The guy with the longbow is at a serious advantage, and in fact, if you lined a load of longbowmen up and a load of British Peninsular War, a battalion of Peninsular War soldiers, I'd put my money on the longbowmen. If you've got equal numbers.
But yeah, that's a bit of a beast, that one, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
that is.
Well, we looked into the cannons there, going back, different cannons they had.
Of course, in the early days, they tended to make the balls out of stone as well, didn't they?
Yeah,
some of them were.
Certainly in Europe.
The game changer was the crossbow, wasn't it? Before Flint.
Well, it was a bit because, like Alan said, practically anybody could pick up and use a crossbow.
I got a funny feeling that cannon's more for ornamental than actual function. You think that one?
Some of them were very, they were cast very ornamentally. Yeah, it still work, I'm sure.
A lot of those Chinese cannons were just that way.
A lot of early European cannons were the same.
Okay. Oh, the last one.
Ah.
Oh, we all remember the astrolabe, yes. If this is the one, this is a different picture of one than not the same as the one we looked at once before.
No, there were a few of them.
Yeah, okay. The astrolabe was an early computer. Yeah, of sorts. Okay, last bit.
Righty-ho, here we go. Astrolabes were effectively elaborate inclinometers, and in effect can be considered early computers. They would become invaluable for astronomers and navigators to work out the inclined position to a given celestial body, day or night.
Nighttime,
Early
daytime.
example. Daytime, nighttime. Oh, let me just get that image out of my head, thank you. Mind bleach, please.
Sorry.
I've got about a 15-second delay on the bloody thing the first time.
Do you know the secret to comedy is timing?
Yeah, timing, that's it.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't help when you hit the keys and then 15, 20 seconds later the noise comes out the bloody computer.
Oh dear.
Was it supposed to go?
No.
Okay. Right.
Right. Early examples do appear to have existed in Alexandria in the 5th century AD, but they reached their peak in sophistication during the Middle Ages. They would in part inspire the later development of mechanical clocks. Inspire.
So what came first, the chicken or the egg here?
I think you could look at that as the egg.
What's that, John? Hello?
Jerry?
Hello?
Carry on.
What? Hey?
What?
Somebody having a moment.
Yeah, okay. I've lost my train of thought there for a minute now.
Yeah.
What was I thinking? I was thinking something then, and now I've forgotten what it was. Yeah, the mechanical components of how they shown the celestial points. I think we were looking at the other one. It showed all that. Yeah. Well, that's the mechanics of how clocks, the development of indoor clocks to move things around with gears and all that. So that's an initial development itself, just knowing gear ratios, how gears work.
Yeah, you can see how they could use that and develop it into a clock, I guess.
Yeah. And the first development is how do you keep a clock going?
Yeah. Well, quite, yeah.
Okay, that's your lot for tonight. Oh, that's sort of like a bit of an
All
overview.
the very early clocks were wooden, weren't they?
That's sort of your overview of the Middle Ages. That's some inventions that we know of today that transferred from then till now. So that's all I could come up with tonight. I was trying to think of an individual thing to talk about, but when I seen this, I thought, yeah, okay, we might just do a bit of an overview here to see where we're at. Okay then. Well, that's it for that segment. Oh, geez.
Cool.
We've nearly gone 3 hours, Farmer, already.
Of course we have. Yeah, it's 1:10 here. Bloody hell.
Okay, we didn't have a lot to read. Just a lot of information, I suppose.
Yeah, well, you know how we sidetrack ourselves.
Yes. 2 hours, 58, 35 seconds.
Okay, so anybody know what time it is? Like in that TV show with Tim Allen, when the girl yells out, does anyone know what time it is?
I know what time it is.
You know what time it is? Anyone else want to know what time it is? It's Media Derp, brought to you by Gravity.
Hey.
Good on you, mate. Yeah, Gravity.
All right. Tonight, have you ever made a phone call or a text message where you've just regretted what you've sent?
No, because I've only just got one of those phones recently, so...
it'll happen to you, Terry. It will happen to you. So we'll explore some of those tonight. So the first one we've got here is the shared screen up?
Yeah, you're going.
Yep.
Oh, cool. Good. Right. So we've got, if you break my heart, I'll break your Xbox, says the girlfriend. Why the Xbox? Do you want broken bones? No. Good. I saw you making out with Amanda at the party. Enjoy your last 15 minutes of Mech Warrior 3. I'll be over soon.
And the response there, if you see that.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid if I was a young person. Break my Xbox? No.
No. Technical hitch. Says it's loading, but I don't know why it's not.
It's in small print. Loading. Yes, I can read loading. It's a small load.
That's a bit odd.
That's Windows.
Know why it's doing that. I will find it again. All right. Let's go there again and see if we can get it up again. See if it's going to load this time. Okay. Yeah, we're going on now. Okay. I'm so glad you texted me, baby girl. I've been thinking about you all day. Oh, you have? Yes, I think about you all the time. It never stops. My friends say bros before hoes, but I don't care. You're not a hoe. You're my number one. This might be too soon, but I love you. Happy 6 months. Well, this is awkward, but I'm leaving you for Brad. He shaves his balls.
Whoa!
You would feel a bit awkward, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I have blown my boss twice, and it's not as bad as I thought. What the fuck? What? Look at your last text. Oh. No, it's not boss.
How did you get boss out of no? Yeah, I can't work that one out for spell check.
Hi, this is Randy. I saw your penis for sale on Craigslist. Is it still available? If so, I would like to come and take it for a test drive tonight sometime. Hi, Randy. I'm selling a Prius. Is that what you meant? Yeah. Apologies. New phone.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Oh, dear. Laughing my ass off. I know. When I did her, she wouldn't stop screaming, and then she thanked me 100 times. What the hell? This better not be what I think it is, Jake. You're 15. Laughing my ass off, Mum. Relax. Me and Mark were talking about how I caught a girl from falling today. Ah, well then, good for you. Laughing my ass off, dude. I just texted my mum. She almost found out about me, Amanda. Get home now. It's when you text the wrong person, the wrong message.
That's what happens when you're drunk.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Why aren't you answering? Sorry, I dropped my phone and I can't find it. I'll text you when I find it. Okay. You find it yet? No.
No.
Okay. Let me know when you do.
Oh, how could you fall for that one?
Yeah. Hey, hun, can you pick up your Viagra on the way home? Thank you. Mom, I don't need any of that. Don't you want to grow to be big and strong just like your father? Nasty, Mum. No. Read your first text. Vitamins. I meant vitamins. I'm going to be sick. Oh, yes.
Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. I'm mad. I don't want you to keep squirrel meat from me. Squirrel meat? Well, that lightened the mood, didn't it? Secrets, lol. I would never keep my squirrel meat from you, baby. It's a new name for it. I've never heard it called that.
Yeah, I never heard of
that one. Hello, I'm drink. What do you want me to help you with? More drinks? Shame me. I'm too funk. I'm so shrunk. Nope. You can still type, not drunk enough. Help me.
Yeah, it sounds like fucking right.
Please don't die. Sounds like John Stock.
Yeah.
Boyfriend wants to battle. Boyfriend used seductive defense. Girlfriend is confused. Boyfriend uses flex. Girlfriend's resistance fell. Girlfriend's confusion increased. Girlfriend used you're not getting any. Boyfriend has no usable moves. Boyfriend backed out.
It's like they're talking about it in the third person and then the first person.
Yeah. Hey, Mum, what's for lunch?
Oh,
I'm in between chicken and penis butt and jelly. Which would you like? Which would you prefer? For some reason, I'm leaning toward the chicken. Okay, sounds good, because I think we're running out of penis butt. Oh, my God. Peanut butter and jelly. Why did you not say anything about that? I thought you were being serious. Penis butt. Thank you again for an amazing first date. Anytime. When's the second date? I can't wait to see those big, beautiful nipples of yours. No, I'm sorry, I meant dimples. My phone changed it. I did not mean to write nipples. I'm going to jump off a cliff now, a bridge now. Yes, I've had it happen to me plenty of times when you say something into the phone and it changes it. Be careful when you use speech to text, Terry.
Okay, then. I haven't learnt that yet,
Yeah.
so I remember.
What time will you be home tonight, sweetie? About 10-ish. I'm going to Jamie's to do my masturbating. Can't you do it alone? Mr. Davies told us we could do it together. Oh, my God, I just read the text. Math. I typed math. Yeah. Well, he either has an open relationship with his mum or...
Yeah.
Dear, when you get home, please set out the lasagna from the fridge. Gran, you've texted the wrong person. This isn't Grandpa. Okay, I'm sorry, sweet pea. Have a nice day. Dear, when you get home, please set out the lasagna from the fridge. Grandma, it's still me. Dear, when you get home, please set out the lasagna from the fridge. My dad's like that. He just doesn't get it with the phone. He can't use it. Never know who he's texting.
Oh, poor darling.
Yeah. Where are you? I'm heading home right now from Target. Mom? What? You took me to Target with you. I'll be there in a second.
Oh.
Yeah. Where's Grandma? I thought she was going to be here for Thanksgiving. Grandma's in the grave. What? Grave? Grandma isn't dead? Oh, I'm in the garage. My phone's autocorrect scares people. Sorry, son.
People shouldn't use that autocorrect thing.
Yeah. Hey, Olivia, I really like this girl, but I don't know how to tell her. Any advice? Do I know her? Yeah, but I can't tell. Advice? Just tell her that you like her and ask her out. It's way easier and she'll probably appreciate the honesty in it. No mixed signals. Just tell her. Okay, Olivia, will you go out with me? No.
Oh, dear.
But you told me it could work.
Yeah. Yeah. How could you? I trusted you and you cheated on me. Oh, sorry, Dad. That was meant for Jim. Oh, on a completely unrelated topic, have you seen my shotgun anywhere? Oh dear. Do you feel like doing something? Oh, I don't think so, Patty, honey. It's too friggin' hot out. What did you have in mind? My ex-husband is away with his new girlfriend, so I was gonna go over to his place, shut off the air conditioning and leave a dead possum on his couch. Let me just change. Sounds like a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
Matthew, I won't be home until late. Don't forget to lock your grandmother in the shed overnight. Call Sally if you need me. Love you. I'm not sure what she was supposed to say there, but
lock your grandmother in the shed.
Yeah. Perhaps Grandma turns into a werewolf or something overnight. I don't know. Are you done painting Jason's living room yet? Yeah, just finished. What colour is it again? It's called period red. Dude, no, you're sick. Holy shit, it's called Persian red. I got auto-corrected. Epic fail.
Yeah. Period red. Oh.
Dear.
I have no food here. I'm starving. Come over. I've got some tasty stuff in my panties. I bet you do. Pantry, stupid iPhone. Anyway, come raid my panties.
Oh my god, she still did it. Did it again.
Yeah. You know what sucks? Vacuums. But what sucks metaphorically? Black holes. I mean, what isn't cool? The sun. You're so effing hard to talk to. You're... Jesus Christ. Great news. Grandma is homosexual.
Okay.
Homo hot lips. Hot tulips. I am getting fisted now. Frustrated. Grandma is home from hospital. Homo hot lips. Mum, I think there's a thief in the house. Come home. Go hide in your closet now. I'll be home in 15 minutes. I can hear steps, Mum. Mum, I'm scared. Just be quiet, honey. Okay, I think he's gone now. Phew. But I can't get out of the closet. Oh my God, he locked me in. No, he didn't. I did. And I came home early from the meeting. Oh my God, you were so easy to scare. Hope you're still talking to me. Love you, Mum. Want to be my girlfriend? You mean girlfriend? What? You forgot the D. Don't worry about the D, baby. You'll get that later. How is our pregnant little daughter? Mom, how did you know? I meant perfect. Wait. What? Babe, what are you doing? Nothing much. I'm really tired. Just going to sleep now, babe. And you? I'm in the club standing behind you.
Oops.
Oops. Just been caught. Are you definitely going to veterinarian school? Yep. I'll get to spend my days humping animals, and that makes me happy. Wow, helping, definitely. I meant helping.
Yeah.
I was so scared there. This one's a bit blurry. Here we go. How was the beach? Fantastic. You would love it. The seaman in Bermuda is really salty, though. Laughing my ass off. The seaman. The freaking ocean. I am so embarrassed.
Yeah, we're laughing too.
Salty seaman.
So salty.
Salty seaman. Yeah, salty. Yeah. I wasn't even that drunk. You took out a kitchen knife and made Kelly throw vegetables at you, and you were yelling, "I am the fruit ninja." Was I any good? No. Mum, do you have any gum? Yeah, I have a pack in my puss. What? I mean in my purse. What you up to? Nothing. Just cleaning Mum's vagina for Thanksgiving. What? I tried to type China. Autocorrect fail. Bad visual. Yeah, I think she can handle the other thing on her own.
Yeah.
Dude, you were so drunk. Come on, I wasn't that drunk. You grabbed my parakeet, threw it at my hamster, and yelled, "Angry Birds!" Awesome. I'd love to try that one day.
Yeah.
Just realised my work signature is very phallic. You see it there? Pencil dick. This means I've been drawing dicks on all my reports for 2 years. I'm sorry, I just came home. I just came from the storm, coming home like right now. Sorry. No worries. Okay. I love you. Should be able. Hoo, Prince, pop, poop, poopy doo, ostrich feathers in my butt to getting Odinga being a boo. Huh? It's not just me. Siri thinks you mumble too. That's what can happen when you use speech to text, Terry. Yeah. How make chicken? What?
What?
Where buy chicken? Mum, this isn't Google. Avocado. Mum's texting questions to
for Google, thinking it's Google.
And then we're back to the
Xbox.
So
yeah.
there you go.
Oh, they were funny, those lot.
All right.
I know now. I know how not to use a mobile phone.
Yeah, you know how not to use it, Terry. Okay.
Good on you, mate.
Because I didn't buy my telephone for its telephone thing. I only bought it for its camera thing. That's just a side thing you can do. Yeah, you can use it as a telephone as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, looks like Alan's warming up again.
Alan's blown his whistle, has he?
I don't know.
Alan's not here.
Where's this?
Oh, where'd Alan go?
Don't know.
Alan done the Harry Bolt and didn't even know. Is he still in Discord? No. No, he's not even online. He's completely vanished. I didn't know he's a magician. He's done a disappearing act. Oh.
That's weird.
Have we still got some trivia questions left, Pip?
Yep.
Oh shit! It's a shame I couldn't read them.
Of them yet, isn't there?
It's a shame I couldn't do the reading. Because I'm no good at answering the questions quick enough.
I'm bad enough when I'm sober.
Sure. Oh,
Yeah,
90 minutes to my prep.
We do have a blow in the bag policy here.
Yeah, sorry, Terry. 0.5 plus 10.
90 minutes till Pip's prem. So we should be finished by then.
I hope so. I'm not answering questions for 90 minutes.
No.
Oh, no.
Because I do want to squeeze in a couple of videos in the Pip story. So...
Well, we'll go till 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out the time now. 90 minutes for your thing. That makes it about 12 o'clock here, doesn't it?
Yay, ribbit.
Okay. Well, we've got a minimum of about half an hour for questions. Roughly.
Right, that's fine.
Okay, half an hour for questions. 15 minutes we can squeeze in a couple of videos and a Pip story. Okay, we'll see how we should be right.
Okay. Science and nature again.
Righty-ho.
Ready, Peanuts?
Yeah, put your hand up,
Okay.
Peanuts, if you're ready.
Over here, Terry.
What unit of heat will raise the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree Celsius?
You understood that question, Farmer?
Yeah.
He may have understood it, but that's wrong.
So a unit of measurement for raising temperature of water 1
What
degree.
unit of heat?
Oh, what unit of heat?
Unit of heat will raise
What?
the temperature of 1 gram of water by 1 degree
It's not.
Celsius.
It's not my middle name,
That
is it?
one then.
That's not my middle name,
Yeah,
is it?
well, I have another
Does it
word
start with K?
the same
You've
as
probably got
Does it
this
start with
word.
K?
if you type something, I can't see it, Paul.
Yeah, where are you typing?
Oh,
Where-
because I'm sending it to Peter.
You're getting a proofreading, a private proofreading to see if you're correct.
No, I'm cheating. I'm just cheating. It's he's sending me the answer so I know what it is.
Oh, okay.
The answer is a calorie.
Yeah, that's what I typed.
Yes, it is what he typed. I can confirm that.
And the peanut gallery got it too.
Hats, yeah, Hats got it in the peanut gallery.
Yeah.
What is the term for the physical disintegration of a nuclear reactor's core?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's the word's so simple. Yeah.
Nah, Peter's right.
Carl Edwards and Peter Harrington, correct, with meltdown.
Okay. I knew it was a basic word, but I didn't.
What planet did the Mariner spacecraft explore? No, the only correct answer is from Carl Edwards. It was Venus.
Really?
Oh shit! I shouldn't have copied yous, guys.
I was thinking of I was thinking of the Russians.
Okay.
Just the Russians did Venus properly.
Properly. Okay, what weighs 5,500 billion tons?
What weighs that much? What would weigh that much?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of that could weigh that.
5,500 billion tons.
Oh, you think it's that whole lot?
I don't know.
That's an interesting answer, Farmer.
It's a very big number.
Yep. And Carl Edwards is correct with the Earth and John Stock. It's the Earth.
The actual Earth.
Dolly
Parton's bosoms.
How many degrees is northeast on a compass with north at 0 degrees?
Yeah, I'm not good at the degrees on that yet. I haven't learnt all those degrees.
If you just think of a compass.
I haven't seen a compass.
Yep, Carl Edwards and Peter Harrington are correct with 45 degrees.
You're going to have to teach me all about all that stuff one day.
Well,
compasses.
east is 90 degrees. So northeast is halfway.
Okay.
What country would you come up in if you drilled a hole straight through the earth from Buenos Aires?
Oh. Where's Buenos Aires?
South America.
South America.
Argentina.
I'm not guessing, but I can say that. Oh, you said the same thing as me, Farmer. I didn't even look.
No, I'm just trying to picture it, but I'm not entirely.
Yeah, I was just being generic in that area.
Almost, but Russia's huge.
Yeah. That's why it's a good bet.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought we can't be wrong in the general area.
It's only the biggest single country in the world, you know.
Yeah. Do we
No,
have
it's
to
not
be?
Russia.
We have to be
Okay.
more specific, do we? Okay, I'll
Yes.
try.
No, it's not more specific, as in it's not Russia.
See if I say that, that's probably too
wrong.
far up. Yeah, I'm trying to think where Buenos Aires is in South America.
We have it in the side chat.
Oh, we do.
Well, I've had two guesses. I'm not having a third.
Yeah, I'm not having a third one.
Okay, Hans gets it. China.
Oh, we're way off.
We're a million miles out with Russia. We're sort of in the right ballpark.
East
If
Russia,
East end of Russia, you were here.
Southeast Russia.
What do you get
What?
by adding? Carry on, no, carry on. Finish your thought. Okay,
No, I
good.
think they did.
What do you get by adding Lactobacillus bulgaricus to milk? Lactobacillus,
Who?
Lactobacillus bulgaricus.
Oops.
To milk.
No, it's your spelling ghost, Peter. That's quite good.
Well, it's kind of ish, right?
Ish. That's
Gregory
pretty.
and Paul are correct with yogurt.
Okay.
It's the active thing in yogurt.
Oh.
What
knew it was
drug
one
is
or the other.
obtained from the... Oh,
Sorry,
geez,
Pip.
All right. I can't pronounce this. Hang on. What drug is obtained from the cinchona tree? Cinchona. Cinchona. I don't know.
And it's a drug.
A drug. What drug do you get from it?
Blimey.
No, that's from a puppy.
Well, how do I know?
Oh, Carl Edwards is correct with quinine.
Oh.
Oh, quinine. Okay.
Well, there you go.
What is the opposite of a spring tide?
Yep.
Oh.
I can see you thinking.
Yeah. But it's not that type of word. It's like what you was.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know there was other names.
Farmer's boy. It's a neap tide.
Okay, I never knew that. Never knew there was those words.
What was the name of Charles Darwin's survey ship?
Oh, Charles Darwin's ship. Yeah. Yeah, that word.
That word. Yeah.
That one.
It's annoying when it's on the tip of your tongue, and as soon as you see somebody else write it, you go, "Yeah, that's it."
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Carl Edwards and Farmer's boy, the beagle.
And I didn't copy him.
No. You just needed a nudge to get it out, didn't you?
Yeah.
So to speak.
So to speak. Yeah.
What inside corn makes it pop?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It's that part. Oh shit! I can't spell quick enough to write it out quick enough.
It's 2 minutes on my microwave that makes it pop.
Yep. Brainery and Farmer's boy. Water.
Oh,
there you go.
That wasn't what we were thinking.
What? As you're heating it up, it expands. Seemed logical to me. But...
What was the first man-made insecticide?
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Don't ask me what it stands for, though.
No. Don't ask for the full name of it. Pip, please.
No, no.
I ain't got a bloody clue.
Three big words.
Blue and Irish stew are correct with DDT. It just says DDT, so you're
Oh, that's all right then.
They will be three awfully long scientific words,
Yeah.
I'm sure, but
What hybrid do an ass and a horse produce?
What?
What hybrid do an ass and a horse produce?
Oh, yeah, Peter, I was thinking that one, but I wrote the other one. Yeah, blue. Yeah, I think blue and farmer.
Blue.
something to do with Sister Sarah.
Yes, Carl Edwards and Farmer's Boy. It's a mule.
2 mules for Sister Sarah.
Sorry, Terry, a lot of typing involved in this.
Oh.
What is the meaning of DERV? Derv.
Oh, I know what it is, but I can't remember what it stands for.
Oh. I've never heard that acronym before for anything else.
Is it something like that?
Exactly like that.
Oh, Derv, not Durf. I thought you said F.
Derv.
F.
V. I said V.
Oh, V. Okay.
Irish Stewart Farmers, correct.
I was thinking of DERF. Derf.
Diesel
What
engine road vehicle.
oil? What oil is obtained from flax?
Flax.
Oh.
If I knew what flax was, I'd know what the answer is.
Flax oil?
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
That's right there.
Starts with an R, Carl said.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
John Rapp, correct. And Paul, linseed oil.
Where it comes from linseeds.
Okay.
That's what we call. That's what we grow over here. We grow linseed for that. Linseed oil. Okay, righto.
Okay. What did I say?
Oh, I know we have to go with your answers, but that does seem a little odd.
What tool did Charles Monk invent? MONCKE, Monk.
What tool?
What tool did he invent? Oh, he's an unknown.
What would a monk invent? I'll try that. Okay, good on you, Peter.
That's a good track, that. That's Foo Fighters.
Yes.
Don't want to be your...
Well, that's the only one I could think of that had the name in it.
Yeah. Well, that would explain why it's called that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Because
need to be specific with the
What?
Somebody's got the word, but I need 2 words. 2 words.
Oh.
9 o'clock hero. 2 words.
out in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know Americans quite often call things by the name of the maker.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Mira got it. It's a monkey wrench.
Well, Peter wrote it in here.
It's an adjustable spanner.
Yeah, okay.
Monkey wrench.
Yeah, I know. Weird name for something.
Peter wrote monkey wrench.
Yeah, but I knew what he meant.
We're going to start picking on my spelling again.
Well, I hope not. I'll be here all day.
What food got its name from the way it hung in bunches like grapes?
What?
What fruit got
Piles.
from the way it hung in bunches like grapes?
Oh, me nobbies. Nobby styles.
I still didn't understand the question, sorry.
What food got its name from the way it hung in bunches like grapes? Okay, what about you, Mick? Oh, yeah, you went first though. No, John.
John, you're typing in the wrong place.
Well, where's he
No,
typing?
John.
Oh, no, it's all right. It's John Rapp. My mistake. Sorry. Grapes.
Yeah, that's got me beat, that one.
It's obvious. It's out in the chat.
That's just another fruit.
Mm-hmm. Is that fruit?
Oh, all right then.
Okay.
There we go. John Rapp. Peter Harrington. Grapefruit, believe it or not. What Polish astronomer demonstrated in 1512 that the sun is the centre of the solar system?
Oh God, what's his name?
Doesn't he live on a throne up near up in the North Pole? No. Yeah.
No.
Nope.
Pete Shea talks about him.
No, he's not Polish. Is he Polish?
I don't know. I get all those mixed up.
I can't remember. I can't think of anyone Polish.
We're learning about all these guys, and I should remember it.
But I can't remember everything.
Miro and Paul Copernicus.
Okay. Maybe we haven't learned about Copernicus just yet.
I didn't think it was Polish.
Heliocentric system, Copernican system.
Yeah, but I didn't think it was Polish.
Yeah, but we haven't really got into all that sort of stuff yet.
Oh, you need to learn a lot more about the globe Earth then.
Yeah.
Look, it's not flat. That does me.
What ancient measure is the distance from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger? Ancient measure is the distance from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger.
Oh. How slow am I? Oh,
Yep,
shit.
Irish 2 and Blue, I believe, was first in here. Yep.
I got the right answer, but how far out am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, shit.
No, is that what a cubit is? Yeah.
What is the Fahrenheit equivalent of 100 degrees centigrade?
I think it's
that.
Yeah.
I think it's about that.
Bloody imperial nonsense.
Oh, what? I got the wrong number around the wrong way.
And that's not even the right number anyway, Terry.
You went.
I
you went
thought
the wrong way,
38 degrees Celsius was 100 degrees Fahrenheit. I was around near that.
No, said 100 degrees Celsius.
What's the Fahrenheit equivalent of 100 degrees centigrade?
Oh, shit, I had it around the wrong way.
Oh.
Yep, you did. You went the wrong way.
Yep. John Rapp and Blue, 212.
No, I probably wouldn't have known that.
Okay, a number this time, Terry. You ready?
Oh, shit. Yeah, ready.
Okay. What percentage of the Earth's water is drinkable?
Percentage. I'll go with that much.
Brainery and Paul, 1%.
1%. Wow.
Yep, not much.
No. Oh, I should have remembered that picture, Peter. Remember that one you showed of an empty earth with the two little round balls of water next to it? One was the sea water and one was the freshwater thing. Yeah. Just remembered that.
How many engines does a B-52 bomber have?
Oh, I know.
I have no idea.
Easy peasy.
Ah, Blue said
Otherwise known as the buff.
8 engines.
Big, ugly.
And have, yes, Dora, well done. Dora and Farmer's Boy. It has 8.
Okay, please explain.
It's got 8 jet engines. It's got 4 pairs of 2.
It's only got 4 propellers.
And good technical.
It hasn't got propellers. The B-52 has got 8 jet engines.
Oh,
Are
I
you
was
thinking of the
I was thinking
B-36?
of the I was thinking of the propellered engine plane.
There was the B-36 had props and jets.
Mm.
I think it had 6 prop and 4 jet engines.
Yep, 6 turning, 4 burning.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
Bloody great thing.
What is a pure spirit distilled from wine?
Oh.
What is the pure spirit distilled from wine?
Yeah. Oh, pardon me. Oh, that was sriracha.
Oh, we're getting all sorts of answers in here.
Yay! Well, we have correct answer. We have Brainery and Peter Harrington. It's brandy.
Oh, right. Okay.
Brandy.
Okay.
I didn't
Can't
know
stand
that.
the stuff. Except we're making a peppercorn sauce.
What was first dug at Artois, France? What was first dug at Artois, France?
I know what I want to answer, but it's not the right one.
That's
You're not taking this seriously, Blue.
thanks to Mr. Obvious there. Yeah.
Oh, not Stella, Stu.
I was going to say that's the obvious answer, Stella.
Not a hole.
Stella Artois.
Not a trench.
No.
Artois.
I think that was first dug. Anything? No, it wouldn't be that. That's not a.
Boom.
TP Seeker toilet.
Yep, had, and I'm going to have to give it to Terry, an artesian well.
Oh,
well done.
I was thinking outside the square, so to speak. To think, no, that couldn't be right.
Thinking outside the box.
Yeah, and I got it
Yeah,
right.
Terry.
Yay, I got one right. Yay.
How many kilograms are there in a metric ton?
Oh, it's easy.
Oh, my one didn't work.
Oh shit! I didn't type it quick enough, and I knew that one.
That's how much a cubic meter of water weighs.
Yeah, it's amazing that, isn't it? 1 kilo of water is exactly.
The number of times I've had to explain to particularly architects why there has to be so much steel to hold up a dirty great big water tank. Why is it so heavy? Because water's heavy.
Well done, farmers and brainery. 1,000. Last question, and that brings us almost to the half hour. There you go.
Okay,
Cool.
okay, that's cool.
Where is the pituitary gland?
That's not how you spell it. That's how you spell it.
Yeah, I've heard of this one, but I can't remember it.
So if we do give that answer, but I don't think that's too generic, that word, isn't it, for the answer? I thought it was actually
Well,
a certain part of the body, not so much.
yeah, I'm going to take it, but Carl Edwards and Paul, it's the brain. It's actually the base of the brain.
Yeah, I thought it was somewhere else, not actually the
There
brain.
you go. That's me done.
Oh,
now.
thank you, Pip.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pip. Very well.
Thank you.
And just for everyone's information, I got one right.
Yeah.
Yay.
Hey.
Well done.
Excellent.
I'll collect your scores. I don't know who did the peanut gallery. Was it Carl or Brainery?
The draw between Carl and Brainery, I think. Possibly Carl. I don't know. Keep your own scores. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to keep your own records if you can.
Yep.
No, Carl said not me, so might have been Bronery
Oh.
then. Dora said didn't know any of them.
I did good. I actually understood almost 50% of the questions.
And in the side chat, what you're thinking of is the pineal gland. Or
You're
the
taking a dig
pineal
at my
gland.
accent, Blue.
That's the third.
Hey, Blue, didn't you notice? Blue, didn't you notice that I asked Pip to repeat some of the questions because I didn't quite hear them properly?
Yeah, I did.
Is it my volume or something? 'Cause I
No,
repeat
you
them
speak.
slowly.
No.
When a person speaks for certain words, the pronunciation helps.
No, it's not that. It's when we're just talking to each other, I don't have any trouble at all.
Okay.
But when I'm trying to pick out one specific word, it's not in context, of a conversation. The accent throws me.
Yeah.
I shall put my very posh voice on.
Oh.
Rather.
And it is some of the words that have got more than two syllables. They do blend together the actual word, and we have to break it up. Yeah.
Got a lovely accent.
Okay, I'll go and make a coffee while I collect a couple of videos.
Oh yes, it's time for tea.
Yeah,
Hey,
milk
Pip.
and 2 sugars, farmer. Thanks.
Okay.
What do you call that animal with a shell again?
Shut
A turtle.
Turtle.
A turtle.
It's a turtle.
Oh, it's not in this week's story. It's in next week's story again. And I read it. I went, it's a tortoise.
Ah,
that's cute.
Oh.
Everyone I know says tortoise. I'm sorry. Snail.
Snail.
Let's
Yeah,
see,
that's,
call that tortoises.
yeah, thanks, Stu. It makes it easier. Yeah, just call it a snail.
A snail with legs.
Yeah, that's it. Oh dear. Who's brought anything out lately? Wally, what's he got? Level Earth Observer tries really hard to explain his something. Crane. How long does that go for? Goes for 7 minutes. Level Earth Observer, I've heard of that person. Beetlejuice update from Anton. Flat Earther cannot be debunked. Mr. Sensible. How long did that one go for? Went up to 9 minutes. Gee, Sean Hawkins drops a lot of videos.
Yes. Yes, he does.
Simon Dan. Goes for 15 minutes. Oh yeah, I've got to grab that one from Pip. Better grab that while I'm at it. Oh, sorry, premature, what do you call it? Oh, there's a blue marble science guy here. Something to do with Cavendish? Episode 3? What?
What? Huh?
What?
What?
I don't know. I'll have a look at it. How long's it go for? I hope it doesn't drag on for too long.
Oh, Terry, you're going to want to see that one.
Yeah, 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah, we got time. Yeah, I've got time for 7 minutes.
You really want to see this one?
Yeah, that one's. I'll grab that. Right, that's one video. Let's see if we can find another one.
Just from it. Turquoise. What's wrong with that? Fascinating.
playing a walk. Logics usually go for a while, don't they? Yeah, 21 minutes. You only do short ones.
Turquoise.
Who else is there?
How do you invest it?
What's Isaac Butterfield doing lately? That's a podcast, so no good for that.
Tortoise, a naughty vacuum attachment. Good on you, John.
Tortoise and turquoise sounds the same. No,
Oh,
they don't.
I think I like these ones. How long does it go for? Yep, I like these ones. That's two. There's two quickies. Might have time for.
As a non-native English speaker, I probably got a quart of pips.
How much time? Yeah, we've got time. If I can get one more quickie for a third, we can find one. Who else is there? The other silly ones. Silly. Any sillies? No. What's Blinder have? What do you got, Blinder? 14 minutes. Come on, one more.
Is it John Rapp? Ugh. I don't like it.
No, I can't go back any further. So we're gonna have two.
Oh, don't do that, Pip.
Not Will.
Don't you dare do that.
You're all left.
What happened? I missed it.
Pip
The
out
only
the side.
He only got a quarter of my questions as a non-native English speaker. I says, well, I'm going to do them in my normal accent from now on.
Oh, no.
No, you're fine. You do it in your normal accent.
You do that. Just let me work out a way of plugging Google into my headphones.
You'll have to slow down the YouTube to hear. Makes sense because it's double the speed.
Yeah, okay. I'll just do these two videos tonight. That'll be enough. Did you make that coffee?
Made the tea.
Oh,
No,
I might have cheated and grabbed.
Oh.
I might have cheated and grabbed a can.
Oh dear. Okay. I'll make my own coffee. I'll mute myself while I've got the jug on.
Then you forget to unmute.
Yeah, he'll come back and be talking for 15 minutes.
Oh, was I muted again? Oh dear.
So, John Rapp says turquoise is a colour for the wearing it. That stinks. Oh, that must be a B-52. Boggs has put in random pics there.
That is indeed the B-52.
Yeah.
First flew in the early 50s. They stopped making them, I think, in the late 60s, early 70s. They're still using them, and they're projected to keep using them for at least the next 20 years. They just keep upgrading them and putting more modern engines on them because they found they're just too useful and they can't stop using them, unfortunately.
Chemo's just posted a video in any other vids. Flat Earth's first chemo proves flat Earth 100%. FGFE loses it.
Well, that'd be a load of bollocks, isn't it? Oh, right. The last B-52 was built in 1962. And they're still using them now in 2020.
59-year-old, 58-year-old.
Yeah, and they're going to carry on using them. Quite something.
Thank you, Miro. I shall be partaking of some Prosecco later. So if you see me online, ignore me. Spoils chemo as a winker. Indeed.
You're close.
Ted, if you're back, you're muted.
I'm glad your spelling's as bad as mine, Carl. It's so quiet.
I could have the sound of the jug boiling if you want.
No, you're fine.
That's all right.
All right. On the 23rd of April this year, the United States Air Force released its request for proposals for 608 commercial engines, plus spares and support equipment, with the plan to award the contract in May 2021. So they're going to completely re-engine their fleet of B-52s again. Wow.
How does something like that? Like, do they have to fully go over the airframes?
Yes.
Recertify them and all of that type of stuff? And
Yes, they have to be thoroughly checked out. Many years ago, back in the early 80s, they flew in a B-52 to the Imperial War Museum at Duxford here in the UK. And I remember that they had to, it's built next to the M11 motorway, and they had to shut down the motorway just in case, because this thing came in so low and they needed every inch of the runway to land, and it was never take off again. And then they left it outside. And then when I worked there as a volunteer restorator in sometime in the early 90s, they realized that they either have to build a new hangar for it or they'd have to scrap it, because it had been parked outside for, I don't know, 12, 13 years, and it was rotting. And we managed to get a look inside, and everything was covered in white fur because, of course, all the aluminium was corroding.
Yep.
And they built the 8th Air Force Exhibition, which is like this weird, huge, semi-recessed building built into the side of a very slight hill. And the entire thing was built big enough to fit a B-52 into. And you come in via the back of the building. You've actually come up a level, and you come in on the same level as the cockpit of the B-52. And then you realise how many other aircraft are in there, around it, above it, on the ground, under its wings. They've got they had a B-17 in there. They had a Blackbird. They had a U-2. I think there was an A-10, all in the same building that was built just to fit and the B-52 just fits, nose to tail, wingtip to wingtip. Huge, absolutely massive things. And yes, they have
phenomenal.
Yeah, they have to constantly, it's a bit like the commercial airliners. A lot of the commercial airliners, they've been using the same planes for years. So every now and then, on top of their regular maintenance, they have to do, they will go in and strip the aircraft. And they certainly do it on airliners. They will do it on things like the B-52 because they're that old. You have to go and check every inch of the plane.
Because to recertify them, they'd have to check for microfractures and all of that.
Yes, well, I mean, I've seen them do it on airliners, and they do strip it down to pretty much a bare shell. All the seats come out, the floors come out, the liners come out, the insulation comes out, everything comes out.
Well, the B-52 is completely unlike a commercial airliner in one serious respect. It's not pressurized.
Correct, but you still
if it were a pressurized airframe, those things would have been retired in the 70s sometime.
Yeah.
No pressurized aircraft can go beyond about 70,000, 80,000 pressure cycles. That's all they'll do. But an unpressurized aircraft like a DC-3 or a B-17 or a B-52, those things will fly forever.
Yeah.
As long as you take care of the vibration issues, you get little cracks and stuff. stuff like that. But it's not the issues that you have with pressurized aircraft.
Just the fatigue on the metal itself from the vibration rather than the pressure cycles.
That's it, because the pressure cycles aren't there, but they're huge. Used to love watching them at the Mildenhall Air Show. You always knew when the B-52 was going to go up because there'd be a cloud of smoke at the end of the runway for about 10 minutes.
Did I find the right picture of one?
That's it. That's a B-52.
I think it's showing you what it can carry.
That's all the stuff it can carry.
Goodness.
Yeah, you don't want to get one of those. You really don't want to get one of those things mad at you.
No. And what you were saying, they weren't pressurized, so they couldn't go up too high then?
Oh, no. Well, most of the aircraft wasn't.
They wear, the crew has to wear oxygen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think you better play your video, Terry, before the peanuts get mad at us for talking about planes.
I heard somebody mention Miro, I think it was, said something about it. More airplanes and cars, please.
Mippet said it, Terry.
Mippet said what?
Yeah, right.
Mippet wanted more aeroplanes and cars and guns.
Yeah, and Miro, I heard Miro say it too. I must have missed Mippet's one. Must have missed that. Okay. Close that window. Share that. There we go. We've got everything there. Bit of sound. P-word.
Play, please.
So if you remember last time we talked about work done and essentially how that is just transfer of energy, and that would be in a mechanical or an electrical nature or even heating. You should now have a good grasp of what energy stores are. So today we're going to take it a step further and look at some of the more common energy stores, find out a bit about them and even start to calculate some amounts of energy regarding those stores. Welcome. Now, as I said in the intro today, we're going to be taking a look at 3 specific energy stores: kinetic, gravitational potential, and elastic potential. Now let's start with kinetic energy. Now, as we discovered in previous episodes, that kinetic energy is essentially just movement. Anything that is moving has energy in the kinetic energy store. If something speeds up, then energy is transferred to the kinetic energy store, and if something slows down, then energy is transferred away from the kinetic energy store. Now, the energy within a kinetic energy store of a system depends on 2 things: the mass of the object and the speed of that object. The greater the mass, or faster something is going, the more kinetic energy that object will have. And there is a lovely little formula to calculate kinetic energy, and it looks like this. E subscript k equals half mv squared. Now, the EK here is the kinetic energy, and this is measured in joules. Joules is the unit for all energy. The small m here represents mass, and as we learned in the first episode, the unit for mass is kilograms. And the V stands for speed, and as we can see from the equation, that value is squared. Speed is measured in meters per second. Now let's take a look at a specific example when it comes to calculating the kinetic energy of an object. So here we have our question. I have a mass of 80 kilograms, and when I go running, I run at a speed of around 3 meters per second. Let's refer back to our equation. So we need to write down here half multiplied by 80 multiplied by 3 squared. Now that gives us 40 multiplied by 9, which equals 360 joules. Wonderful. We'll make a point of remembering this equation. Every one that we remember, we're going to place in a shared document. Right, let's move on to gravitational potential energy. Now, lifting an object in a gravitational field requires work. So look how much work I'm putting into lifting this pencil now off the ground, or in the gravitational field that we are in here on Earth. I'm putting work in to lift that pencil up. The transfer of energy from the work I do means that energy is transferred into the gravitational potential store of that pencil. The higher I lift this object, the more gravitational potential energy is transferred to it. There are three things that decide how much gravitational potential energy something has: its mass, its height, and the gravitational field strength that it is in. Let's go back to our board and take a look at the equation for this one. E subscript P equals mgh. Again, the EP is measured in joules. The lowercase m is again the mass, measured in kilograms. The lowercase g is the gravitational field strength, measured in newtons per kilogram, and depends entirely on the planet you are on. For here on Earth, we are talking about a value of around 9.81. So for the sake of argument, we will round that up to 10 newtons per kilogram for the moment. And the lowercase h is for height. And if you remember the first lecture, the height is measured in meters. Another one for our equation sheet there. Now, there is another type of potential energy, which will be the last thing we're going to look at today. Stretching or squashing an object will transfer energy to that object's elastic potential energy store. So for example, stretching a rubber band or squashing a spring. Now this one can be figured out by the following equation. E subscript E equals half ke squared. Again, the energy side of the equation over here is measured in joules. The lowercase k here is the spring constant, and this will be different for different materials used. This is measured in newtons per metre. Finally, the lowercase e here is the extension, and as we are talking about a distance, this is measured in metres. We'll be looking at the limit of proportionality in a later video, which does play a part in figuring out elastic potential energy. But until then, we'll pop this equation on the sheet as well. So there we go, 3 different energy stores and 3 different equations. Trying to remember what they all mean and the units involved will go a long way for the things that we're going to do on later videos, so please try and do that. Right, that's all for today. Excellent work. Next time we'll be taking a look at specific heat capacity. See you then.
I like how these are just quick and short and just give you the relevant information, and that's it till later. A lot adds up. It all adds up.
I don't think those sort of things you need to drag out too much, because I think you just lose your audience anyway.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
Oh man.
I've probably missed a few of those episodes.
Yeah, I don't think I've watched all of them.
I have watched any.
Well, simple math. 1 + 1 equals 2. Workers don't get it.
I learnt me maths from Riley.
Oh dear. That's not your best source.
No wonder I was coming home with less money than what I went out with.
Oh no, that's perfectly natural.
Then you've got to realise what the equal sign is, the dividing sign is, the division sign. Yeah, what those signs mean. Yeah, they don't get it.
I don't get it, John.
Well, this is one of the points that I picked up on. I don't know if everyone else has, but when you're trying to explain things to flurfers, it's hard to when you explain it to them in the mathematical formulas and things like that. That throws them. But if you can explain it to them in their language, which is less mathematical in nature, you sometimes can get through to them, so they can understand your point you make. But just throwing equations at them and all that sort of stuff, yeah, that becomes a bit of a touchy.
No, well, they're generally the sort of people that don't get that. They don't understand that sort of thing anyway.
Mm.
In mathematical terms, there's a lot of symbols that relate to equations, like I was mentioning before, equals, division, minus symbols. Then go into higher maths. Yeah. They don't realise and recognise the meaning of those symbols. Like P over 5 or Q equals T or Y equals Z. Yeah, it doesn't sink in.
Mm.
Unless you understand that meaning, you have no hope.
That's true.
Well, that's why I find it not as insulting, but I do feel it a little bit personal when people tell flurfers they're idiots because they don't understand certain things. Yes, I don't understand certain things, so I'm sort of like equal in certain contexts, but I want to learn, but I need the explanation to be dumbed down. It's the same as what you probably would do to a flurfer, but I'll listen and ask the questions as well, but I can't work on it just from straight formulations and scientific values that are higher than what I already know.
Like Blue has a lot of these videos, just like T and symbols of mathematical terms, but they don't grasp what those terms mean.
Yeah,
that's the downfall. Yeah.
Terry, there's absolutely nothing wrong with not knowing things. Yeah, none of us know everything. Everybody is missing lots of stuff that we don't know about. That's not the issue.
Exactly.
It's perfectly fine not to know. It is absolutely not okay to challenge somebody that does know when you know you don't know.
Yeah.
And that's what the flirts do, and that's what makes me mad.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I will take all the time in the world to sit and talk with someone that honestly wants to know the answer and is willing to listen. But if I know the answer, don't fucking tell me I don't know.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna get aggravated.
Yeah.
And then I am gonna call somebody an idiot.
Yeah.
Is that the Dunning-Kruger thing, whatever it's called sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
quite often their ignorance is matched by the sheer arrogance. You know, they're so convinced that they know and you don't, when 99% of the time it's the other way around. They haven't got a clue what they're talking about, but they'll tell you that you're wrong all day long.
They seem to memorize a lot of the. They seem to memorize a lot of the terminologies and some of the values. I've heard them spout it.
They don't understand it. They don't understand it. That's the problem.
Well, anyone that would criticize someone else for simply not knowing is just being a jerk. I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with not knowing.
No.
I always remember my mum telling me that I used to ask my dad when he was alive, because I lost my dad when I was only about 8 or 9, and my mum said yes, I was always asking my dad questions, no matter where I was, kitchen table, driving in the car, walking out in the kitchen, or any time of the day. Mum said I used to always be asking questions. I can't think of how many questions I must have asked then. Why is the sky blue? Why is grass green? Why does this do that? Yeah, all that sort of stuff.
You got it right, Brainery. Rocky, Brian Leakey,
Mm.
Travis, The Plain Truth.
Mm.
All three of those, those are three perfect examples of shitheads that will tell somebody like Rumpus or Professor Phil or me that we don't know what we're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. Those are the guys that I'm going to call idiots. And I'm going to keep calling them idiots until they start behaving correctly.
John Rapp's saying the classic is Nathan Thompson's reciting. Yeah, I've heard this, that he can recite pi.
Wonderful.
Yeah, pi to 100 places. But his biggest problem is he believes everything straight out of the Bible. So by reciting pi to 100 places, he's going against the Bible because the Bible
says it's 3.
Works it out to 3.
Yeah.
So how's that work?
Yeah, how does that work? What's this video? Who's this blue person? Okay, we'll see what this guy's got. I heard he's playing with.
Yeah, he might have some.
I heard he's playing with a couple of balls.
Hey.
Really big balls.
Okay.
Nathan has no balls. And the other Nathan's got little balls.
Golf balls.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Ping pong.
Ah,
Press play, please.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science, and welcome to an update on the Cavendish experiment. I wanted to let you guys know what we've been doing and give you a quick tour of the shop. Before we get into it, a huge shout out to all the people who have contributed to this effort. And a special thanks to my good friend Lefty. Lefty sent me a picture the other day of the bottom part of the wire adjuster assembly. And the thing looks great. Lefty, you're doing a great job. I can't say too much about this. While Lefty's been doing that, I've been working on figuring out exactly how to build the enclosure itself. You know, when you think back to what may have been going on 220 years ago, the craftsmen of that era would have treated a thing like this like it was a piece of furniture. And I would imagine they used probably the same kind of joinery technique that you would use if you were making a fine piece of furniture. So thinking about it like that, I decided that would probably be the best way to go about this. And I have figured out a system of dovetail joints, finger joints, through tenon connections and things like that that will make this a very dimensionally stable apparatus, which is what we really have to have. So feel free to pause the video, take a look at the drawing if you like. And as with the other drawings, anyone that wants a copy of this, feel free to send me an email. Tell me if you want a PDF or you want an actual AutoCAD drawing, and I'll make that available. Now, the wood's been in the shop for about 2 weeks, and it is at a moisture content of around 8.5% right now, which is pretty much ideal. So I think we're about ready to start cutting some wood. But before we do that, let me give you a quick tour of the shop itself. Since a number of you have asked about the shop, I thought it might be a good chance just to give you a quick look at it. My shop is half of a 2-car garage, so I don't have a tremendous amount of room. That's the garage door. Let's swing around to the back. And back here in the back, I've got storage for the wood. And you'll see a portable air compressor and a compound miter saw. I call those weapons of mass construction. That's stuff I use when I'm helping somebody work on a room addition or something like that. Not ever used really when I'm doing any woodworking in here. But I do have power tools and I do use them. You can see a drill press sitting there in front of the window. As I pan to the left of the drill press, On the wall, you'll see, it may be hard to recognize, but it's right in the center of the screen. That's a sawtill, and it's got a lot of hand saws in it. But 2 or 3 of them are really nice old Dustin hand saws, and I do use them from time to time. The main tool cabinet is hanging on the wall there in the center. And as I continue to pan around to the front again, you see a bandsaw. I do use the bandsaw from time to time, particularly resawing wood. If I've got some thick stock 8/4 type, 2-inch thick material, I may use the bandsaw to cut that down to much thinner slabs, and it doesn't waste any wood to speak of. That curious looking thing with the white hat on it is not what you think it is. That is actually a dust collector.
Yeah.
And it's important to have a dust collection system when you're running power tools because you generate a lot of dust. Actually, I've got a sort of a 2-stage arrangement. You can barely see it just to the left of the workbench. There's a garbage can sitting up there, and that thing has got a cyclone type lid in it, so it's like a pre-collector. And most of the dust, especially the heavier stuff, ends up in that garbage can. Behind this yellow gizmo here, which is a thickness planer, back against the garage door is a small table saw. I don't have room in here for a large full-size cabinet type saw, so I just make do with that little portable Bosch table saw. It does a great job. And then if we come back around this way, let's see if I can tilt this down slightly. I've got a couple of benches in here. This bench in the foreground is a bench I use really just for sharpening tools, and I use it to store pipe clamps. You can see the pipe clamps down underneath. It's a good spot to keep those things. And you see diamond stones and stuff like that up there that are used for sharpening the plane blades and chisels. And the main workbench is in the center there now, and sitting on top of it is the sapele that we're going to use to make Cavendish. So it's sitting out here getting acclimated. Right now it's all sitting at about 8.5 to 9.5% moisture content. Really good moisture range for wood. So there's the tool cabinet opened up. That right hand door has mostly like marking gauges, machinist squares, combination squares. There's an old-fashioned brace at the top up there, and an old hand crank type, we call them egg beater style drill. And down at the bottom are dovetail templates, winding sticks, that kind of stuff. In the center of the cabinet, most of that are hand planes, plus some specialty planes like a Stanley 45 that is used to make grooves and beads and stuff like that. On the left-hand side is another sawtill. That's the one that where I keep my tenon saws and dovetail saws. And I rotated one of them out so you can see how it works. That's a good way to save some space. So each of the saws just slips down in one of those scabbards, and then it can fold back up into the cabinet. And on the left-hand door is a usual assortment of various sorts of hammers and mallets, plus cabinet scrapers and chisels. But that's pretty much it, guys. That is the way the shop looks. And very shortly, we should be making some video of some of this activity actually taking place. Thanks for watching. And don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Don't make me come looking for you. Thanks for the support.
Cool.
Yeah. I was going to spy a couple of tools there that people probably didn't notice. There was a couple of scroll saws. Well, that was the two that I seen on the left side.
Blue, if you wouldn't mind answering a couple of questions out of the side chat, LB Things Stuff and More asked, why it's important to set the wood out for those weeks. Is it required?
Hey, I won't say it's absolutely required, and at times I've gone and picked up rough cut lumber like that and literally brought it home and started working on it. You can do that. But if it's, exceptionally wet, and I'm talking about moisture contents of say 18 or 20%, you can expect it's going to shrink. Wood is, if you imagine a bunch of soda straws, just that's sort of the way wood is. The fibers in the wood run in the direction of the grain, and if they absorb moisture, they swell up, and so across the grain, wood will expand, and it can expand quite a bit actually. Lengthwise with the grain, it doesn't change very much, but you got to be careful going across the grain with it. So I like to leave it in the shop for a week or two anyway before I start messing with it. Do you have to? Nah, you don't really have to, but it makes life easier sometimes if you just be a little patient, which is not one of my virtues. For sure. Long answer to a short question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that dust extractor? You've got a cyclone type system, or is it the other type?
The dust collector itself is cyclonic.
Yeah.
It is, and that helps force the larger stuff down into the bag at the bottom, and the smaller stuff gets trapped in that fabric hat that the thing wears. But I found a really convenient little gizmo. It's that lid that goes on a standard U.S. style 40-gallon or 32-gallon, I guess it is, metal garbage can, and it's a cyclonic collector. And I found out that when I put that thing on there, I mean, literally 95% of the stuff that is being collected ends up in that garbage can instead of over there in that plastic bag under the dust collector, which is so much easier. All you got to do is just take the lid off the garbage can and dump it out. Yeah. Changing the bag on that dust collector takes half an hour. It's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, I know what you mean. At the men's shed, we've got the drop down type cyclonic, where the bins at the bottom of the cyclone system, like it's all perspex acrylic plastic type one we've got, so you can actually see it swirling, and we just lift it up. We just lift up the lid off the plastic bin and then slide it out and empty the bin that way.
Yep.
I'll have to take some photos of the men's sheds. Oh, actually, the men's shed site's something I'll have to start linking a bit of the stuff for it. But it's Corrimal Men's Shed. You can just Google it, Corrimal Men's Shed, and you'll get to their site. And I'm on camera talking about the minor birds thing. Anyway, sorry. Okay. Last video. Anyone else got any other questions, or was that it?
Somebody, LB things stuff, and more said also asked something about the old saws. Yeah, I've got. I'm pretty fond of the saw manufacturer named Henry Diston. Company's not in business anymore, but they were the premier U.S. U.S. saw manufacturer, going all the way back to the early 1800s. And just about every handsaw in that time frame, at least the saw plate itself, was manufactured by Henry Diston. And the two saws that I've got that I like the most are actually both 1870 Diston saws. And you can date those things very accurately by looking at the medallions in the handle But by looking at the way they did the logos on the plates, if you've got a saw, if you're fortunate enough to have one where you can actually still see the logo etched into the plate.
Yeah.
So yeah, those old ones are just wonderful. I can't buy a new saw today that works as well as a couple of old distance I've got.
Yeah, the fad over here a few years back was people grabbing the old wooden handle saws and just painting them on it for folk art. And my sister gave me a couple of saws to paint them, and I looked at them, and I looked at the screw rivets and the shape of the handle, and I went, these look very old. So I said, I don't want to paint these. I said, could I have them? I don't want to paint them.
Yeah, really, you can find some old, piece of crap modern saw and paint on that thing. Don't paint on old ones.
If you want to paint on them, yeah, paint on these ones.
Most of them just suffer from needing a little bit of a TLC. You learn over the time how to sharpen them and set the teeth on them and all that stuff. That's just part of woodworking. You got to know how to sharpen stuff.
Yeah.
If you can't, you're going to spend a hell of a lot of money and waste a lot of time.
I think that's one of the most valuable things that I ever learned, Blue, was to using the set gauge to reset the teeth on a handsaw.
What's the first thing you do, Peter? What's the first
thing you do?
Yeah, what's the very first process you do on the saw before you get to that?
You make it blunt.
You could say that, yes. You could say that. Fair enough.
Probably best if you start by leveling the teeth.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought when he was saying make it blunt. Yes, you are making it technically blunt by flat filing.
Use it, Carl. That's it.
Yeah, just take a mill file down the top of it and get it all flat.
Yeah, and you're making it blunt. You are making it blunt by doing that.
It's exactly the same process for those that sharpen a chainsaw blade or something like that. You like on a chainsaw, obviously you've got your rakers and all of that set the depth of the cut. You don't have those on a chainsaw. On a handsaw, but you still have to make sure that all of your teeth are the same height and the same pitch before you sharpen them.
You don't want the thing to look like a jack-o'-lantern. I mean, you get they'll say cows and calves. You get a big tooth, a little tooth, big tooth, a little tooth. And at some point, sometimes they get so out of whack, you just file all the damn teeth off and start over again, which is a royal pain in the butt. But
yes,
that's a half a day job then to put the teeth back on it.
But I don't know. I don't know about you, Blue, but I found a lot of those older saws in comparison to, say, a more modern saw, it's almost like the steel is a completely different beast. It's just,
it is.
Yeah, it's just so much easier to use.
These modern day saws will have hardened teeth and you can't sharpen them.
No, they're they're pre-hardened. Yeah.
File won't even touch them. The file will just skate over them. They're just as hard as the damn file is.
Another question that was asked of you, Blue, was wax or oil? And
oil is my. Yeah, I think I know. I think I know what they're talking about. I'm a fan of just regular old linseed oil. There's nothing wrong with that. Guys have been using that forever. Works fine. Or you can mix wax and oil together.
Yep. Yeah,
beeswax and linseed oil.
Yeah, makes a lovely thick paste.
Yeah. Yeah, just get some beeswax and white beeswax and linseed oil and mix it together. I've got some. Candle wax. Yeah, box. Absolutely. Put candle wax on the side of the saw plate. That helps it slide through the wood. Literally.
Yeah.
I take a chunk of candle wax and just scribble on the side of both sides of the saw plate, and it'll slip right through the wood.
Oh,
do that on the sole of hand planes and anything like that you're sliding.
In relation to that question, I don't know if anyone's actually asked, how do you keep the saw blade clean and shiny and all that? The hand saw ones.
About the only thing you can do to them is clean them frequently. I keep a can stuffed full of rags with 3-in-1 oil saturated in those rags, and I just wipe the saw plates down and the planes and everything else when I'm finished using them. It's just like a gun, you know. The main thing you want to do is get your damn fingerprints off of it. Acid in your in your skin will make it rust. So anything you touch, you ought to wipe it.
I got another question. Can you play a saw?
I've never tried. I don't. I can't imagine I'd be any good at it though.
Yeah. No other questions out there? Can't see any more. I think that's about it.
I'm going to do a bunch of videos as we go through this and talk more about each one of the tools as we use them, and you know, that sort of thing.
Well, especially planes.
Really cool.
Especially planes, because like people think you can just grab any old plane and off you go, but no. Certain planes you use for certain jobs.
Yeah, there's a reason why there's they number 1 through 8. Now 1 and 2 are basically useless. They're so small. They're tiny little things. I can't even get my fingers in them. I don't even have them actually. The smallest one I've got is the number 3. A more common plane though, the one everybody loves, is a number 4 size.
And no, John, I wasn't stereotyping.
I think it's about 9 inches long. Those are smoothing planes though. A number 5 actually could be considered a smoothing plane. The number 5 plane is what everybody calls a jack plane. You could use it for joining, or you can use it for smoothing, either one. So 4s and 5s are used for that. Then you get into the 6s, the 7s. I don't even have a number 8 either. That thing's just too damn big. But a number 6 or a number 7 plane, the thing is really long. I think the number 7 is about 22 inches long. And what that does is allows you to straighten the top edge, or the edge of a board. It'll ride over the low spots and just catch the high spots.
Yeah.
So that's used for joining. They're heavy. You don't want to, sling one of those things around all day long. But when you need one, you need it. So, in fact, I'm going to be using one here in about 10 minutes or 20 minutes.
Okay. I don't think we've got any more questions. No, dovetail, not duck. Ducktail.
Depends on what you're doing, John. Generally, I'll sharpen chisels at 20 to 25 degrees. Probably, I think most of mine are 25. I've even got some sharpened at 30.
Yeah, I was going to say 30.
Yeah, the more angle you put on it, the quicker it is to dull. It's hard to keep them sharp. when you get real shallow angles. But
I like it sharp enough so you can shave the hair off your arms. That's my test.
Well, my test, yeah, mine too. When it is sharp enough that it will shave the hair off your arms, it's time to resharpen it.
Yeah.
You can't get one too sharp. And if you can't get the tool sharp, you can't do woodworking.
Yep.
That's just the bottom line.
Old school with the stone. Stone and oil. Old school stone. You don't grind it. Just
oh yeah,
burn it
just
on the stone.
I use diamond stones.
Your chisels should never get so blunt that you need to grind it.
Yeah, you're using the chisel wrong if it gets chips in it. And you don't open cans of paint with them. That's for sure.
No.
Use a screwdriver for that.
Yeah.
No, you don't even use a screwdriver for that even.
Yeah.
No. Use a wide blade tool. Like a.
You know what you can open a can of paint with? This is as easy as anything else. A penny.
Yeah. I never thought. Yeah,
a coin.
Like
A coin will open a can of paint just as easily as a screwdriver will.
And doesn't bend the lip of the can.
Try it. No, it doesn't do. It doesn't hurt anything. Try it sometime.
Yeah.
First time I ever saw a guy do that, I thought, "Are you out of your damn mind?" He pulled a coin out of his pocket and started to go after the lid on a paint can. I thought, you're an idiot. That's in 2 seconds he had that can open.
I've got a broken spatula. The handle broke off it, and I just used the back end of the metal bit of the spatula as to open the cans with.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate grinding. I've got a grinder, but I don't. If I get that thing out, I'm mad at somebody. You put so much heat. Yeah, I'll tell you what you'll do. You'll ruin the temper in the steel if you're not very, very careful. Yeah.
Or you've got a special grinder like mine, Blue. That's a turbo variable speed, and I can control the grinding.
Yeah.
My old man used to have a the white grinding stones that you can get that are designed for water to run over as well.
Right.
So on his grinder, he had one side if he was just shall we say shaping metal for working on the cars or something like that. And on the other side he had the white stone that he'd put the grinder in in low mode or whatever it was, and he had a little recirculating pump that would pump the water up onto the wheel, and he used that for all of his chisels, so that if he did need to reshape them at all, he'd use that. And because of the low speed and the water, it would lessen the chance of putting any temperature into the steel, so he wouldn't lose the temper. Because most of Dad's chisels were all old school stuff, so it was if you cooked them, it just turned them into soft, crappy steel.
Yeah, when I do use the grinder, I won't grind it on anything more than 2 or 3 seconds, and then it goes into a bucket, a glass of water, and cool. You got to keep it cool.
Yeah.
You ever see that bluish color come up? You are screwed.
Yeah. Oops, too much.
Yeah. Oops. Yeah, that's way too hot.
Way too much.
But it's only the edge. It's only the very, very edge of something that does the cutting anyway. So you don't need to grind the whole damn blade or a big long bevel on it. Doesn't matter. It's just right at the tip.
Yeah.
The other thing you find out about cutting tools, especially single edge, single bevel tools like plane blades and chisels, is there is no way in hell to sharpen one if you don't get the back of it flat to begin with. That if that back is not flat, you cannot sharpen it. That's what that big, I don't know if you noticed in the video, there was a black stone looking thing sitting on that workbench.
Yeah,
and
I've
that's what
seen
it
that.
is.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's a stone that is milled flat. That one is, I've got the map that they gave me on it. The thing is flat to within about 2/10,000ths of an inch.
Wow.
So you can take a piece of sandpaper and wet the stone down and just stick the paper to it that way.
Yeah.
And use that to flatten things. And that's how I flatten the back of a new chisel, for instance, or a plane blade or whatever. But most of the time what's on there is 2,500 grit sandpaper. When I finish with my fine diamond stone, I take it over on the 2,500 grit paper and polish it that way, and then use a leather strop and super fine polishing compound. That's how you get one way sharper than able to shave with. You can put a hell of an edge on things once you learn how to do it.
Okay then. Not cutting anyone short, but we've got a minute for this, and then we're finishing off. I know this week we could go all night with this, Blue, talking about this stuff.
Oh,
we could.
Get me talking about this, and
I know we could, but I've been told by the.
We'll
by
get the
people.
chance because Blue's got lots more to do on it.
Yeah, that's right. And I'll think of questions that only some people don't ask, but it's still relevant to the. But some people don't know what questions to ask about woodworking that they wouldn't know to ask, but it's still good information to have.
Bless you.
Here we go. What do we got? Oh, we got a pip. Oh, somebody dropped. We've got less people here now. I've got to change. That's what happens when people drop out. I've got to change the Zoom thing. So
Bless you, John.
There we go. All right. Press play.
My bosoms have lost all their lustre. They've lost all their bounce and their squeeze. They used to bring pleasure in no little measure, but now they've made friends with my knees. I don't understand why they're droopy. They hang there all covered with spots. I used to be proud, I was so well endowed, and now I can tie them in knots. But all is not lost, let me tell you, that skipping is good exercise. Whatever the weather, just tie them together. They'll bounce right in front of your eyes.
Well, that was a quickie. Quicker than what I thought. There you go. Oh. I'll say me goodbyes here.
Before you do, Terry, I'm just dropping the link for Pip's premiere, which is starting in a minute.
Yep.
So everyone should over there once we're finished here.
Yep. What do I need? Should have already typed that out while I was... That was an interesting night of information and bits and pieces, and bit of fun with media derp. There we go. Oh, thanks, John. Thanks, Peter. Blue. Who do we have left? Oh, Pete Higgs. Yep. Carl, LB, Stuff and More. Who else? John Rapp. Brainery, LB. I have to scroll up. Who else did we have out there? Dogs. Oh dear. You type too far back and I've got to find you. Carl. Mira. Oh, I'm scrolling too far up now. Haven't been typing lately, so I have to scroll too far. If I've missed you, you're too far up. Yeah, Miro. Later, Miro. Oh, I'm Brainery, sorry. There you go. Okay, good night, Peanuts. And go and watch
Night, Peanuts.
Right.
Good night. Good night, Atherton Oaknuts.
Atherton Oaknuts. What?